Call this meeting to order. Roll call.
Ms. Fote?
Here.
Mr. McCullough?
Here.
Mr. Mills?
Here.
Mr. Punier?
Here.
Mr. Oden?
Here. We will now have the presentation of colors by the Civil Air Patrol.
Color Guard, advance. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Both. Color. Ready? Vote. All right. Good. Forward. March.
Thank you. We will now have our invocation by Reverend Darren Erb from Palm Springs Baptist Church. Good evening.
Let me start by thanking each of you for serving our city and sticking your necks out when so many others will complain about you and argue about the decisions you make. I thank you for at least sticking your neck out to lead our city. So let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you to pray for these people who are serving our city. We pray, Lord, that you will bless them with your protection. We pray, Lord, that you will give them guidance and wisdom in all that they do, that they'll bring honor and glory to this city, that when people see Palm Springs, they'll see the unity of beautiful people gathering together for a beautiful reason. We pray, Heavenly Father, that you'll just guide over their lives, that you'll protect them physically, emotionally, and spiritually, that you'll bless them, Lord, as they continue to stick their necks out to lead us. We pray, Heavenly Father, that the city will follow behind them in unity, so that we may show the world what true unity is all about. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. We have several presentations this evening. The first by the FAA Airport Safety Award.
Mr. Mayor and members of council,
Smoot.
as your short-term airport director, it's my pleasure to come and present an award to the airport on behalf of the FAA. They were unable to be here tonight, and indeed it's an important one. Often at the airport you hear about the new flights, or you hear about the new building we've just opened up, or the parking lot that's been expanded, but seldom do you hear about what really goes on behind the scenes, and that is the dedication that it takes to make a safe facility. And so this evening I'm going to present an award to the airport concerning safety that has just been given by the FAA. And before I do that, I'd like to not going to introduce them all, but there's quite a few people here that are part of that program. I'd like to start with the fleet maintenance, and Steve. You want to stand up, Steve? Steve's people help take care of our fire trucks and our vehicles. Then there's the fire department, the chief and the guys from the fire department. They obviously respond in emergencies, take care of a whole lot of things related to safety. And then there's the rest of the maintenance staff at the airport that carry out the maintenance. And they're here also, if you guys want to stand up. Then I'll read this thing. It is my pleasure to present the Palm Springs International Airport with this award acknowledging the Federal Aviation Regulation Part 139 compliance, which is a book about this thick that we have to comply with, formally recognizing the airport's contributions to certification and safety. From October 1st, 1999 to September 30th, 2003, Palm Springs International Airport has demonstrated exceptional compliance with Part 139 standards. During this period, the airport received no discrepancies from its annual certification inspections. And I might point out those inspections are usually 5 days long, and they try to find whatever they can find. In addition, the airport has contributed substantially to the airport's safety through accurate and timely updating of publications in support of the airport certification. These publications include the Airport Certification Manual, an emergency plan, and a wildlife hazard mitigation plan. The airport is recognized for development and execution of procedures pertaining to operations, maintenance, and construction safety, and for prompt response to issues involving runway safety. Airport rescue firefighting is acknowledged for achievements relating to aircraft fueling inspections and fueling safety, and for their focus on ARF training and records management. Thank you for your dedication and efforts in excess of the minimum standards. And this is presented from the Western region. And I'd like Mike Williams, who's the Deputy Director for Operations, to come up and accept this on behalf of the airport, if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
We would just like to say to all of those so often we take so many things for granted, but to all of you who help to make and to keep our airport safe, thank you very much. Yes, yes, and no marks in 4 years is most impressive. Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Compliment the fire department on their dress. No, I just was saying that I wanted to compliment the fire department. You look so great in those uniforms.
Our next presentation is Police Department Commendations and Medal of Valor Awards. Our Chief, good evening and thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Chief Barry Freet with the Fire Department is going to help me with this presentation. The Police Department works closely with the Fire Department on many matters of public safety, and there's mutual respect between each of us for what particular jobs we do. Our jobs are different, but many times they do overlap, and this presentation is to several fire personnel who I believe went beyond their call of duty to help us. And what I'd like to do is call up Fire Engineer Paul Smith, and you get to stand right here in the middle. Don't be nervous, just stand right there in the middle. Firefighter Paramedic Nathan Gunkel. Fire Captain Michael Francis. Firefighter Robert Wright and Reserve Firefighter Oscar Hernandez could not be with us tonight. I'm going to give you a summary of what occurred, and then I'm going to give you some particulars. On May 12, 2003, the police department responded to a call of domestic violence. A woman carrying a child in her arms was reportedly hanging on to a moving vehicle in which a male suspect was attempting to drive away. Since this was occurring in front of the downtown fire station, fire personnel were already on scene. When our officer arrived, he was told that the suspect was armed. He was also told that one of the firefighters was inside the vehicle behind the driver's seat trying to restrain the driver, and another was reaching through the passenger window fighting with the driver over control of the vehicle. The other fire personnel had brought the woman and child safely and kept them out of harm's way. The fire personnel who took the woman and the child to safety were firefighters Robert Wright, fire engineer Paul Smith, and reserve firefighter Oscar Hernandez. Their actions allowed the police officer to concentrate on the suspect and the circumstances, knowing that the woman and child were safely in their care. And it's more likely that if the firemen did not take this action, that the suspect would have seriously injured the woman and the child. So thereby, I am giving a commendation to, we go with Smith. Paul Smith, for his actions and his quick response and his willingness to become involved. What we do with these incidents, we put these to a committee to decide on what kind of awards, if any. We get several that citizens do, and what our own internal department does, and with our volunteers. And out of this, our committee decided the next action. During this incident, Captain Michael J. Francis had entered the suspect vehicle and was situated behind the driver's seat trying to restrain the driver. Firefighter paramedic Nathan Gunkel was outside the vehicle, leaning through the passenger window, trying to keep the suspect from putting the vehicle into gear and driving away. This selfless action of these two firemen prohibited the suspect from escaping, and because of that, we are the police department, and I am doing this on behalf of the police department, awarding a Citizens Medal of Valor for their brave and heroic actions. While they're greeting and getting congratulations from council, let me just sum up that the fire personnel could have simply observed and reported what they saw. These men came to the aid of a defenseless woman and child and remained and helped the police officer who was still struggling with a violent suspect who was in fact armed with a handgun. So again, congratulations and thank you very much for helping us.
Mayor and Council, I just want to acknowledge that fire engineer paramedic Robert Wright and reserve firefighter Oscar Hernandez, who is a volunteer position, and those two individuals were unable to come this evening due to family emergencies, and I just would like to acknowledge them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is a good thing to see the cooperation between our police and fire departments, and knowing that public safety is public safety, and that we have courageous men and women who step forward and are willing to put their lives on the line at a moment's notice to help others. And we thank you. We applaud your efforts, definitely. This evening, we also have an additional presentation. It's a proclamation that is issued to the Civil Air Patrol, and tonight, I guess, is just a special night with all of these civil servants who are working on our behalf. But this is a special proclamation, and I'll just read a portion of it. Whereas on May 26, 1948, Congress passed a law permanently establishing Civil Air Patrol as the auxiliary of the new United States Air Force, and charged Civil Air Patrol with three primary missions: aerospace education, emergency services, and cadet programs. And whereas for nearly 60 years, Civil Air Patrol has provided America's youth with exciting and challenging opportunities through their cadet program, the cadet program provides youth the opportunity to develop leadership skills, through a love of aviation. Parents credit the cadet program for communicating to their children the important role that personal integrity, self-discipline, and trust play in their personal and professional successes. Now, therefore, I, Ron Oden, Mayor of the City of Palm Springs, California, by the power vested in me, do by here proclaim the week of December 15th, 2003 to be Civil Air Patrol Week in our fair city. John, would you come forward, please? Well, on behalf of the council, we appreciate your efforts and we honor you for the work that you do for our country.
We appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you very much.
We'll now have our report on the posting of the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the agenda you have before you was posted in accordance with council procedures last Friday, December the 12th. Tonight, the council has before them additional items. Public hearing number 12 will be in your yellow folder marked public hearing materials. You also have additional materials for your legislative items of items 16, 18, 24, 27. And stepping back on number 24, item 3 and 24 are both being withdrawn from your agenda. And 17 is likewise being, well, pardon me, item 3 and 24 are being withdrawn from your agenda. You should have additional legislative items of 16, 18, and 27 in your yellow folders.
3 and 24.
That is correct.
Closed session report, please, by the city attorney.
Yes, the city and council met in closed session for council for the agency. The real property items listed for the agency involving VIP, Gabay, and Star Canyon Resorts, those items were not discussed. Concerning litigation involving the agency, the item with CRA and the Agua Caliente Band of Indians with Citizens for Local Government Accountability. We gave a status report. No action was taken on that matter. Real property negotiations for the city involving Desert Water Agency. We gave a status report. No action was taken. We also gave a status report on the Shadow Rock Mark Bragg negotiations and on negotiations with Greyhound Lines for the boxing club. We did not discuss the items with Burr Group or John Westman or Peter Stitch or Bernard Diamond or Desert Healthcare District or Bill Swank Sr. Concerning litigation matters for the city of Palm Springs, we did discuss gave a status report on the PERMA matter. No action was taken. We did not discuss the two El Dorado matters or the Sierra Club matter involving the Classic Project. Exposure litigation, we discussed exposure in one case. We gave a status report. No action was taken. We discussed potential initiation of litigation. In one case, we gave a status report of that. No action was taken. Concerning the city attorney evaluation was not conducted. There was also a closed session discussion of security of city facilities. We gave a status report concerning those matters. No action was taken.
Thank you. The Housing Authority, the Financing Authority, the Industrial Development Authority have no business this evening, and we will adjourn as the City Council and convene as the Redevelopment Agency. First item on the agenda, the approval of the minutes of December 3rd, 2003.
So moved. Second.
It's moved by Councilmember Fode and seconded by Councilmember Mills. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's carried unanimously. There are no public hearings. We'll move to public comments. Anyone who wishes to speak to the CRA, please come forward at this time, our Community Redevelopment Agency.
Thank you.
You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, fellow citizens, my name is Alex Yaron. I'm a longtime resident of the desert and of Palm Springs and a member of Citizens for Local Government Accountability, otherwise known as CLGA. I'm here tonight to address the intention by the City Council to rescind the first amended license agreement with the Agua Caliente tribe concerning the Prairie Schooner parking lot deal for the Spa Casino, Agreement 454C, and to enter into a new agreement with the tribe. The new agreement, we can assume, is intended to be superior to the first one. We, however, see it as an attempt to avoid the consequences of the previous agreement, to wit, the lawsuit filed by the CLGA. Unfortunately for the city, as we are informed by our attorney, you can't get out from under this anymore. The cat is out of the bag. The issue is before a judge and will be adjudicated. The only ones that can prevent that at this stage are the plaintiffs. The CRA no longer has jurisdiction over the disputed agreement. It now lies with the Riverside County Superior Court. Our attorneys state that this new agreement is invalid, and any advice to the contrary given to the council we feel is disingenuous. Some have said that this is a cynical ploy on the part of the council to avoid dealing squarely with us at CLGA. I would rather like to think that the council has been getting bad advice from staff. For my part, I can see no reason why the City Council would knowingly enter into an agreement of this sort or any sort which would be in violation of state law. I can only assume that staff has advised you that it is not in violation. Yet, if it is not in violation, why are you changing it? Especially as you will no longer be receiving $700,000 a year from the tribe for the use of the parking lot. We think it has been made clear to you that the initial agreement was flawed, else again, why would you rescind it? Yet you continue to ignore what is at the very heart of that flaw, that is that the city is breaking state law and using CRA monies to aid a gambling operation. This new agreement does not change that reality. Indeed, it makes your motives to aid the casino even clearer. You admit as much. So in our eyes, you are still breaking the same law. There is a way out of this dilemma, that is to deal forthrightly with the CLGA. We are now open, and have been since this all began, to sitting down with the council and arriving at a solution which recognizes that the taxpayers of Palm Springs should not continue to subsidize a very profitable Indian casino. Thank you.
And thank you. If there's anyone else who would like to speak to the Community Redevelopment Agency, please come forward at this time. Then we will close public comments. And we will move to our first legislative item, Prairie Schooner parking lot, valet parking license.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the RDA. I'd like to ask Mr. Raymond, our Director of Community and Economic Development, to give a brief staff report on this, and also ask the City Attorney, Mr. Alshire, to comment on the legal aspects of this issue. Mr. Raymond.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Staff recommends that the agency rescind the first amended license agreement, previously referred to as Agreement 454C, and approve an overflow valet parking license agreement for use of the portion of the Prairie Schooner parcel with the Agua Caliente Band of Coy Indians for a period of about 6.5 months for 200 spaces of overflow valet parking for the Spa Casino. Just very briefly, based on the litigation, staff went back and looked at some of the factors that were in the previous first amended license agreement, and we've taken those out, and we feel that the license agreement before you more accurately reflects what a license is. And those are on the last page of your staff report, we'd like to just point out a couple of factors why this is a license and not a lease as a long-term lease would be. And these factors include that the license is only for about 6 months. It's revocable. The license is not for the exclusive use of a certain area, but is relocatable. In other words, we can, if we needed a portion of the lot, we could move the valet parking license area to a different part of the parking lot. And rather than rent, there's a fee for usage, which varies according to the amount of the usage. And there's a formula that's described for you in the staff report. The item is before you. If the city attorney wants, or the agency counsel wants to add any comments, he's free to do so, but that concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Alshire.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this agreement, as John has indicated, is the prior agreement, which was a 3-year agreement and involved the entire Prairie Schooner parcel. We do not need a 3-year agreement with the tribe. It is our intention to come back with a long-term agreement. The tribe would like to have a 20-year arrangement with the agency. In order for us to enter into a 20-year arrangement, there is an analysis that needs to be done of the economics of that. There's environmental analysis that needs to occur. And it's also, the action on that would involve a public hearing. We are working to negotiate such a long-term agreement. There's no pre-approval of that agreement. It will be produced at a public hearing, and the agency will be free to approve it or not approve it. It will not take us 3 years to bring that agreement back to you. That agreement can be brought to you within 6 months. We therefore do not need a 3-year agreement at this point in time. So we were able to reduce the term of the license down to 6 months once we looked carefully at the schedule as to how long it would take to put that together. So that's one reason we were able to change the agreement from what you had before you previously. The second thing is that the prior agreement, the tribe potentially wanted the ability to use the full area of the parking lot for parking. Under this agreement, that is not necessary.
Excuse me. We're going to ask that all electronic devices please be shut off. Thank you.
Under the new agreement, the tribe has an area they would like to use for valet parking, and just conduct a valet parking arrangement. They believe that 200 spaces will suffice for that, but there is an ability in this agreement to sort of on a per space basis purchase additional spaces. Moreover, the city has the ability of moving the valet parking area around to different portions of the property. So since we did not need those portions of the prior agreement, in sitting down and looking at the situation with the tribe, we came to an understanding as to how we might modify that agreement. It's not necessary for them to pay to lease the property, which is what the argument was. The argument before was that actually it was a lease. We didn't believe it was a lease, but we didn't feel that we wanted to spend a lot of time arguing about those components if they were not critical to our understanding. So again, I would say that there will be a long-term agreement coming back in front of you. It will be dealt with at a public hearing. It will be subject to environmental review and all the other aspects. This is simply a short-term license agreement. Not only is it only a 6-month agreement, it actually can be terminated at any time during the 6 months should the agency change its mind about making the property available. I guess the other two other comments. One is that the group that Mr. Yarrow represents continues to believe that we are providing assistance to the tribe in this transaction. We don't concur with that. There is no financial assistance. The tribe is purchasing the rights that it is utilizing here in terms of valet parking. The city has a valet permit parking process, which allows valet parking permits to be issued for public and private property. There are valet parking operations that exist downtown. The purpose of the valet parking in terms of getting parking off of streets and into parking lots is to help with the efficiency of downtown parking. So the city has a larger valet parking program that it's involved with. So we don't see assistance to the tribe being offered here. We recognize that there's a difference of opinion between us and this group, but that's our position. The last point was that this group would like to sit down and talk about the situation. We would be more than happy to talk in some manner other than through lawyers and lawsuits. We actually have sat down with this group previously. We had a very lengthy discussion about the nature of the city's relationship with the tribe. I believe that anybody that participated in that would tell you it was a full, open, and frank discussion of a number of issues that the city and the tribe have worked on through the years. Perhaps Mr. Yarrow, I don't believe, was there, and there may be other persons in the group that were not involved in that discussion, and I would gladly sit down with another group of citizens and have a similar discussion at any time, place, with as many people as they would like to bring along. The city's process is not closed. It is an open process. We would be happy to discuss with them all the factors involved here and consider their opinion. So I think the city is very troubled that at this point in time our communications seem to be through lawyers. That is not a good way for us to communicate, and I want to say here publicly in front of everybody that we are more than happy. We've met with members of this group before, and we would be happy to renew those conversations because I thought they were very frank and fruitful, and we would be happy to extend them and do that again. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, questions, recommendations, actions?
Move the resolution.
We have a motion by Councilmember Mills. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Pugnier. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I just had one question. So if I read this correctly, that we have the right to use that lot in its entirety. If we have some sort of an event at the convention center, we get first priority on using that lot?
Yes, thank you very much. Because of the convention center needs and in light of the potential expansion of the convention center, getting this lot paved is important to the potential operations of the convention center. The issue, though, is the convention center tends to have peak use only on limited occasions. So the need to use all of the convention center parking facilities that are available is not an every week, it's not an every weekend sort of occurrence. And when that does occur, yes, we have the ability of utilizing the entire parcel. We have to go through a notice process to make sure everybody is aware of that, but that is absolutely correct. And on the interim, when we're not making maximum use, through this agreement, we are receiving some income for the availability of the unneeded parking spaces to be utilized by the tribe in their operation.
All right, if there are no further questions, roll call.
Ms. Vogt?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Pugnier?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman?
Aye, it passes unanimously. We will adjourn as the Community Redevelopment Agency and reconvene as City Council. And our first item on the agenda is public comments. Anyone who desires to speak in our public comments, You will have 3 minutes. I have some cards here. These are the individuals that I will call first. John Stiles from Palm Springs Economic Development Corporation. Please come forward. Good evening and welcome. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm John Stiles, President of the Palm Springs Economic Development Corporation. I think you've previously received our quarterly report, which we have been doing over the past couple of years with the council. I think there's 3 items to make note of in that report. First is the Development Task Force. I think we're, based on the recommendations from that task force recommendations, we're moving forward on a positive basis. After the first of the year, we will convene the Developers Roundtable, which will begin to look at the building regulations and start to simplify some of those processes. And those will be people who have been involved in the process, so they're familiar with them. Secondly, the Budget Task Force submitted their recommendations in October. I think it would be good if the current council reviewed those because I think there's some very positive suggestions in there. And I think the other issue is the council needs to determine whether they're going to reconvene the Budget Task Force or if their work is done. The third issue is the Downtown Coalition Partnership. We have been working on issues basically around the issue of parking, paid versus non-paid. We are slowly making progress on that, and probably within the next 3 months we'll be able to come back with a proposal for downtown parking. The other issue is that I think you've all received invitations to our January 15, 2004 annual meeting. It's 7:30 at the Spa Hotel. Hope you will all be able to attend and join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Dean Rick Post, followed by David Reed. Good evening, Dean, and welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, and Council. I'm Rick Post. I'm representing the Friends of College of the Desert. November 19th, a historic event occurred at the college. Our Board of Trustees passed a resolution to place a bond in the amount of $346.5 million on the March 2nd ballot, 2004. This was a result of a 2-year process where we established a educational master plan followed by a facilities master plan. And as many people know, our campus is over 40 years of age. This is a 15-year plan. The money from the bond will be used to improve our infrastructure, refurbish and improve our existing buildings, build new buildings and facilities, including Eastern Valley campus and a Western Valley campus, and also build a public safety academy and improve our allied health facility as well. We're also going to be using it to improve various safety and health improvements, seismic retrofitting, and so forth. We are requesting at this time that the City of Palm Springs join the cities of Cathedral City, Coachella, Indian Wells, La Quinta, Palm Desert, and Rancho Mirage in endorsing our bond campaign. And I've given your city manager some sample documents, and hopefully you'll be able to place this on your next agenda for approval. I'll answer any questions you might have. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. David Reed. Please give your name to the clerk.
Mr. Mayor and City Council members, my name is David Reed. I have an interior design firm here in the Valley and have lived here approximately 10 years. When this past City Council race went on, I was a bit surprised to find out that there were no offices for any council members in the office. So once the election was over, I offered my services to help remodel the mayor's office and to provide council member offices. I have done that. We have come up with the first proposal, which was in, I think, excess of about $81,000. I've worked with Troy also on this too. And I just wanted to basically come up here and say that there are other options and plans. That was the first thing. I see a function for 4 suites plus the mayor's office and a secretary's office. So it's basically for 5 people. And whether the entire city council all wants offices or not, I think in the future being that this is a city I live in, I would like them all to have an office and a phone and someplace that they can be reached. I was very surprised that I couldn't find my city council member up in City Hall. So I have come up with also another proposal and plan, which basically is about half of that amount. And I think that would be a very functional plan. Plus, if there's anything overages of that, maybe public funds can be raised to make up the difference. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ken Turner, followed by Marna Van Horn. Good evening and welcome.
My name is Ken Turner. I live at 729 North High Road in Palm Springs, but previously for 4 years lived at 1139 East Mesquite Avenue. And I also am here speaking for Tim Holmeyer, who's the chairperson of the Deep Well neighborhood. Tim and I, 4 years ago, began working with a number of council members and engineering department on traffic calming in that neighborhood specifically, although it has now spread citywide, and we are working with contiguous streets in Deep Well as well. Our meetings over time have been attended regularly by Jeannie Reller Spurgeon, Jim and Matilda Jones, David Reddy. We've worked closely with the traffic engineering department, David Baraki and Richard Jenkins, Lee Husfeld, Ying Yo of the planning department. And much of the work we've done over these last 3 years is now the traffic calming program of September 2002. And I want to speak tonight specifically to the Huddle Springs project and our very positive experience with Mr. Coffey, the architect of that project, and the development of it, proposal of it. We met and worked with Mr. Coffey over these last few months after the plan was proposed. On October 9th, Mr. Coffey presented architectural renderings and discussed the project in detail to a large group of neighborhood residents.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If these comments are for the public hearing, it would be best if he held them for the public hearing?
Yes. If you want your comments, you didn't have your item listed. But if you want them a part of the public record, then when that public hearing item comes up, it would be best to speak. If you just want to make your comments and leave, then you're in the right place.
Well, I'm so close to being finished and rather, okay.
Yeah.
I'd love.
If you choose to stay for the hearing, then you can.
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't understand that process. October 9th, we had the public meeting, large number of people, a specific number of concerns were identified. And on November 10th, Mr. Coffey met with the Traffic Calming Committee specifically, and at that time volunteered to work on the design and implementation of a gateway on Mesquite at Random, and to mitigate traffic effect on one of the neighbor properties. I know that's all been discussed in the November 10th meeting and passed. And so I just wanted to quickly say that our experience with the developer and Mr. Coffey has been extremely positive. It's really been a nice neighborhood process, and we think it's a great project, and thank you.
And thank you. Next, Marna Van Horn, followed by Gurney Miller.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am Marna Van Horn. I'm here to talk a little bit about floodplain management, a very general, basic thing. I belong and am a current member of the Floodplain Management Association of California and Nevada. I've been a member of this association for 10 years and sat on the board for the past 7 years. I've also been involved with floodplain management regarding FEMA and its requirements since the early 70s. The floodways and channels, such as we have here in the Coachella Valley, are generally under the jurisdiction of a flood control district or districts. And they have this in fee or by easement, and they are maintained by said districts in various ways. The dynamics of a wash or channel as a carrier of floodwaters that contain rock, debris, soil, and other materials essentially decreases the depth of the channel over time to the extent that the flooding of adjacent property can occur. In order for the washes and channels to remain effective and do their job, it's necessary to dredge them periodically. Considering the many miles of washes and channels that are to be maintained in Riverside County alone, not including the whole state of California or anything, the various flood control districts have over the years granted permission to outside parties to remove the excess dirt from the channels. This is of benefit to all parties concerned. The maintenance work is done in a timely manner and the cost of maintenance is lowered, and the adjacent properties continue to be protected from flooding. Yes, the process of hauling the dirt from the washes is noisy and disruptive to the adjacent property owners, but the alternatives can be disastrous. Damage or loss of homes, higher insurance premiums, properties being put back into a special flood hazard area, thereby requiring the owners to purchase rather expensive flood insurance, are only a few of those problems. We who live in this valley owe it to ourselves to understand and appreciate how a harmonious balance with the natural forces of nature can impact our lives in a matter of hours, and how this balance is accomplished by those who are responsible for our protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gurney Miller, followed by Lynn Keller-Clone. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Gurney Miller, and I'm here also to talk about the Palm Canyon Wash and the removal of dirt in that area. I've been coming to Palm Springs for 30 years, and finally I live here, and I'm building a house in the Araby neighborhood, and it's like a dream come true, and I'm here because of the quality of lifestyle that we have here. And I am concerned about the excessive removal of dirt from the wash and the way it has been disturbing the neighborhood. To give you an example, from a letter to the editor in the Desert Sun, it has been a devastating year in the Araby Cove. Our lives completely disrupted, our streets destroyed, our homes kept tightly closed because of dust and diesel fumes. Trucks rumbled by at the pace of 2 per minute, 9 hours a day. Many friends and neighbors moved. Now finally, we must have quiet. The city must not give G&M permits to start again under the guise of repairing the damage. A better means must be found to fix the environmental mess that has been started. And we hope the city is listening this time. We have contacted over 400 households in the Araby community, and right here I have responses from over 125, and we have other responses on emails in addition to these of people who are concerned, and we wish to form not official, but a coalition to make sure that we can preserve the quality of our neighborhood. And some other speakers from our neighborhood, Dr. Michael Murray in particular, and my partner Ron Jessup would like to speak about some of the specific issues about the removal of dirt from the wash and how it has affected our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Keller-Clone, followed by Michael Murray. Dr. Michael Murray. Good evening and welcome.
Mayor Oden, members of the council. My name is actually Lynn Callardine. I'm a resident of the Araby Cove area, having recently moved here about 2 years ago. And suddenly last summer, I actually live on 2793 East Morongo Trail, for the record. Suddenly last summer, my quiet residential street became a haul route. About every 5 minutes, we had double-decker or double-unit trucks running up and down the street. A little investigation revealed that the dirt was being removed from Palm Canyon Wash and transported to parts unknown. Now, my previous job before coming to Palm Springs, was the environmental manager for San Francisco International Airport, and amongst my jobs there was to get permits for this very sort of activity that the airport was involved in. Now, technically, that channel is actually part of the waters of the United States under the jurisdiction of the Corps of Engineers. At the state level, it's under the jurisdiction of the Regional Water Quality Control Board. At the county level, it's under the jurisdiction of the Riverside County Flood Control Districts, and the signs out there so indicate. And at the city level, the city should be able to control the public access to the public streets. Now at SFO, I struggled for years trying to get permits for activities like that. And in this morning's LA Times, for example, there's stories of similar activities in Orange County in terms of flood debris removal from flood control channels. But when I called the city and the county, all they did was point at each other, unfortunately. Nobody seemed to know what the permits were, and the attitude of G&M Construction when I called them was, if I could paraphrase, permits. We don't need no stinking permits. Now, with that attitude at SFO, we could have paved the entire San Francisco Bay with new runways, which my boss might have loved, but I don't think that would have quite followed the laws. But seriously, I would like to suggest the following. In the short term, I'd like to request the city manager investigate what was happening out in Araby Cove and provide the city council with an agendized report of what happened, what went wrong, and what can be done to fix it. In the long term, I agree with the speaker, a couple before me, that yes, we do have to maintain that channel. It's very, very important that that be done. But we need to develop a long-term plan to develop that channel in a way that doesn't destroy the neighborhood and turn all the residential streets into haul roads. And I would volunteer as someone with some expertise in that area to work with the city and to try and come up with a plan that the neighbors, the city, the county, and the regulatory agencies could live with. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Michael Murray. Good evening and welcome.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Hi, council members. I'm Dr. Michael Murray. I live at 2002 Araby Drive. I'm on the corner of Araby and this infamous wash now. About a year and a half ago, G&M started the grading in the wash and transporting that fill to the Pintura and the Villa del Torres project at the end of Araby Drive. Approximately every 2 or 3 minutes, a double-bedded truck would go by, and the bulldozers in the wash went 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. I called the city, and it took a week for them to get back to me, and when I called, Marcus Fuller and Gary Ford said that G&M had a multi-year contract with Riverside County Flood Control to, quote, maintain the wash, unquote. There was nothing they could do to regulate anything. I felt completely impotent. That went on for about 2 months. Several months later, in 2003, the process began again, and G&M was now using the fill to grade the project on Baristo, the 48 on Baristo. That went on for about a month, and then this summer, the end of September, it started again, and this time he was hauling the dirt to the villas at the top of Tockwitz. I finally couldn't take it anymore. I called Ed Lotz, Riverside County Flood Control. Mr. Lotz was aghast. He said there were no permits issued to G&M Construction. He came out the next morning. He looked at what had been done. The wash has now been dug 6 feet deep between Araby and 111, which is several football fields in length. I imagine in our lifetime it'll never have to be dug any deeper. I don't know, unless we have that 100-year storm. I then called Mr. Smith at Army Corps of Engineers. He agreed with Mr. Lotz. No permits had ever been issued to G&M Construction. He had no permission to be there. I called Ed Lotz, then called the city. The city finally shut Mr. Morantz down a year and a half after my first phone call. In summary, this Mr. Morantz, who's operated in the city for 40 years, according to him, and has been a construction contractor for all that time, operated without permits. He deceived Palm Springs. He lied to the residents. He deceived Riverside County Flood Control. He trespassed. He stole fill, and he profited by that fill. Now I understand that the city wants to fine him $100. $1,000 a truckload, 20 trucks an hour, 8 hours a day is $160,000 a day times 5 days is $750,000 to $800,000 a week times 4 months is $12.8 million. That's what the Army Corps of Engineers estimates. I think this should be investigated. I wonder how the engineers got this misinformation that he did have a permit. It could only have come from Mr. Morantz, Diane Morantz, or Mayor Kleindings. This requires investigation and action. And the 125 residents that I now represent will tolerate no more of this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ron Jesser. If you please come forward at this time. And that is all the cards that I have on public comments. If there's anyone else who desires to speak in public comments, and that does not include our public hearing issues, then if you would please come down now. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Hello, my name is Ron Jesser. I'm building a home on Araby Drive. I've lived here in Palm Springs since 1997, been vacationing here and owned property here since the early 80s. I'm just one partial away from, or one land plot away from the wash, and I believe the dramatic Palm Springs election results indicate that business as usual is no longer what the voters of this city are going to stand for. There is much at stake in our Araby community. Most residents, as you have heard, care deeply about this immediate community and our city. We're not about to give up on our quality of life. I have 5 concerns that I would like to see addressed by you, the City Council. The first is, of course, that the wash be immediately made safe for all of us, and that the streets are immediately repaired. This situation is evaluated so it will never happen again. Mr. Marantz, or G&M Construction, is to be investigated, excuse me, and the license is reviewed, and hopefully his license will be revoked. Mrs. Marantz, one of our city council or planning council members, is investigated as to her involvement and knowledge of her husband's illegal activity, and will be brought for all of us here tonight and to be addressed at this particular issue. We are determined as a coalition to maintain our quality of life in Araby Cove neighborhood, and we need your help as city council members to make sure that we are protected. Thank you.
Please. Good evening.
Good
and
evening.
welcome.
Thank you. Robert Van Etten, citizen of Palm Springs. First of all, let me congratulate the new members and the new makeup of the City Council. Many of you ran on the basis that a change in city government was necessary. We are now facing a situation in which you have the opportunity to demonstrate if you really believed in what you said you did regarding leadership, accountability, fiscal responsibility, and sensitivity to the electorate. Usually we have to worry about dirt before an election. This is the first time I have encountered a situation where dirt is the major topic of discussion after an election. I see the current situation as spanning 2 separate categories, moral and legal. Although I find the bigotry inherent in the comments reputedly made by the individual involved morally despicable, I do not believe that a demonstrated lack of character is illegal unless one converts their prejudices into specific actions. The actions, however, as reported by the Desert Sun and KMIR, appear to be both immoral and illegal. I hope that the City Council will insist that the city staff aggressively pursue investigating all aspects of this debacle and make sure that appropriate criminal charges are filed if warranted. I think that I speak for many of your constituents when I emphasize that appropriate actions be taken. For example, the dirt was reportedly sold for, fill in the blank. Last Wednesday on the news, I recall Mr. Reddy saying that the contractor would be fined $100. Appropriate? I think not. Figuring just salary and benefits, our city manager and assistant city manager are costing us over $250,000 a year. I don't know if Mr. Reddy has any idea how his performance on Wednesday's interview affected people's perception of his intellectual acuity. But if this truly is representative of his day-to-day job performance, it may be time for you to start looking for a new management team. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome.
My name is John Westman. I live at 2005 Camino Monte in Palm Springs, and I didn't come here tonight to speak on this subject, but I do think that you need to be aware of something, and I'm not condoning anything that's happened here because I used to serve on the Riverside County Flood Control Board for 12 or 13 years back in the 70s, and we used to have to contract to have the dirt removed from that wash periodically, and it would cost us sometimes $100,000 to $150,000 to have that done. That was a lot of money back in those days. But I surely would like to say that nobody should be taking dirt out of that wash without proper permits, because not only do you have to get them from the Riverside County Flood Control, but they had to get them from the Corps of Engineers. But periodically, the Corps of Engineers and the Riverside County Flood Control will put out to bid dirt removal from their washes. And the reason that they have to do that is that I've been here a long time, but in 1965 and 69 and 79, we had some major floods here, seriously major floods. 1979, the bridge that they are talking about now, where that dirt has been taken out upstream from, the water was flowing over the bridge, and the highways were closed because the Corps of Engineers thought the bridge was going to collapse. And the problem at that time was they had this flood, and actually, where the road goes over Araby, it broke through there, and it flooded down across the highway and flooded about 100 homes, filled them up with mud. For history, I think that the people that are talking about this should know that it's a very, very powerful force there, and an awful lot of water can come down that wash. Unbelievable. In the 1979 storm, there was 3 to 4 feet of dirt, not dirt, but sand deposited underneath the bridge, and the Corps of Engineers contracted with a developer to take hundreds of thousands of yards of dirt out. They had to do that, or the next big wash that came along would have taken the bridge out. So there's an ongoing maintenance problem that has to be addressed there. I'm sure that you people are aware, but I know the Riverside County Flood Control is and the Corps is. I just wanted to make the neighbors aware that has to be done. It should be done legally. It should be done with permits, but it truly has to be done, because otherwise their homes will get washed away down the road, because an incredible amount of water comes out of that channel.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Thomas Van Etten. I'm a resident of Palm Springs. I am here this evening in solidarity with the residents in and around the Araby Wash. I wish to voice my individual concern that this matter be acted upon in a fair manner to all concerned. There is an email that was posted to the Palm Springs Village Voice this morning by Dr. Murray stating that allegedly Ms. Fote would like to hold listening sessions with the residents in and around the Araby Wash. I applaud Ms. Fote's willingness to address what has long been a problem in dealing with the city. She clearly sees that the past represented a disconnect between the people and the city. She ran for office with that kind of message, and the people agreed with her, obviously. I am asking that the city clerk place this letter that I am reading into the public record for this evening's council member meeting. I will remind you that Mayor Oden and Councilmember Jeannie Reller Spurgeon led the reprimand to then Mayor Will Kleindienst when citizens wanted to hold a listening session with him regarding the placement of a homeless daycare center on the DAP campus. I want to make certain that each and every citizen is treated in the same way. If you wish to change due process, then I think we ought to be able to vote on that issue. As I have stated in the past to the City Council, many citizens watch every move that you make on our behalf. I am one of those citizens. I would urge you not to hold any individual council member listening sessions with any group. If you should proceed to change this norm without equitable notification to all citizens, then you should expect to hear from us. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no one else who would like to speak in public comments at this time, we will close our public comments. No. I think our city manager was going to make a comment on this at this time.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I may be able to respond to some of the issues raised tonight. And as I'm doing so, I'd like to ask David Barakian, the city engineer, to come to the podium, and I'm going to ask him to address the chronology, the issues of jurisdictional control over the flood control channel, the permits that are needed from the city, truck traffic on public streets, and then I'd like to ask, after Mr. Barakian makes that presentation, to have the city attorney discuss briefly the remedies available under the city's municipal code relative to grading without a permit. First, let me just say some general comments. The city manager's office first became aware of this issue in about mid-November after Mayor Oden forwarded correspondence to us that was received from Dr. Murray indicating that there was an issue out in the Palm Canyon Wash area. We immediately, in the city manager's office, talked to staff, Mr. Barakian, and the engineers as to what the nature of this problem was. Within less than a week's time, once we understood the issues, we were immediately issuing a stop work notice to G&M Construction to stop them from doing any other work out in the channel area. So I believe the city reacted very responsibly and aggressively once we became aware of the issues that were presented. Additional letters were sent vis-a-vis the mayor. We've been trying to talk to the neighbors in the Araby Cove area regarding the issues. We actually met with Dr. Murray and members of the Riverside County Flood Control District, city staff on site to discuss the issues and to outline a remediation plan to bring the channel into a safe condition. It's always been and will continue to be the city's primary goal to ensure that the channel is safe because we are interested in protecting public safety, and anything that's going to impede the free flow of water is absolutely a concern of this organization. And we're going to do everything in our power in conjunction with the Riverside County Flood Control to ensure that the channel is safe. And that's what we've been working on all along. At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Barakian, the city engineer, to kind of outline again the chronology of the events as he understands them, and also the issues relative to jurisdictional control, the permits needed from the city, and finally the issue about truck traffic along Araby Drive. Mr. Barakian.
As I see the issues, well, first let me start by saying that in Palm Springs, the washes, the channels are under the jurisdiction of the Riverside County Flood Control District. By agreement, they maintain them. For the most part, they own them either in fee or through easements. Therefore, when staff received this summer a complaint that dirt was being removed from the wash, we immediately contacted the district and found that indeed they were aware of the situation. So that when that information was obtained, and in fact in written form, that leads us to the understanding that the agency in charge of the wash is aware of the situation and had it under their review. We further received information from the contractor that he had permits through the district. That being said, we found out later that in fact was not the case. And as Mr. Butzlaff indicated, when that was brought to our attention, we immediately stopped the contractor from working. We found out further that a portion of that wash that was being worked on was indeed on private property. That requires a city permit to do any grading on private property, and that had not been applied for nor obtained as well. Since that has occurred, we have met with the Flood Control District. They have understood what they did and what they didn't do, and are now willing, under the circumstances, to come out themselves with flood control crews and remedy the situation at no expense to the city. So I think, in the interest of, number one, providing safety to the residents by means of cleaning out that wash, removing the large dirt piles that exist, getting the Flood Control District to do that at no cost to the city is a good thing. With respect to the truck traffic, there are public roads that are allowed to be used by vehicles as long as the vehicles do not exceed California Vehicle Code restrictions on weight. They're permitted to use the public street. They chose to use Araby as their point of ingress and egress, and unless they were overweight vehicles or spilling dirt or whatever, they have a legal right to do that. And that's as much as I can say on that issue. If you have any other questions, or I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Yes, I just have one question on that. Do we have any record, or previously have we ever made a discovery that any private owner owned the land in the wash?
Well, that was somewhat a shock to all of us, and for many of us who have many years of experience in local government, to actually discover that there's private ownership within a flood control channel was very unusual. This was the first time in my 14 years of experience that I've seen it. I believe Mr. Barakian was also similarly surprised at the fact that there was private ownership within this channel that the work was being done on. Had we known that back in August when this was first reported to city staff, we certainly would have reacted much differently, but we thought the work that was being done out in the channel was being done in accordance to the Riverside County Flood Control and their jurisdictional control over the channel. So the fact that there is private land in the channel made the issue much more confusing and complicated. And that's why when we found out that there was private ownership, the city did take the prudent and appropriate course of action to shut G&M Construction down.
I might add that the flood control district personnel were completely baffled as to why they didn't own that portion of the channel as well, and did not realize it.
Okay, City Attorney, Mr. Alshire.
Well, I guess I have a little bit of a concern about how far this discussion can go tonight. One of the citizens in their comments requested there's obviously a different story that we heard from some of the citizens and what staff is reporting, and the county's involved, and so there could be the potential of getting direct comments from the county about what actually transpired there. I think one of the citizens made a request that there be a full report from staff agendized at a meeting so that the citizens can look at that report and read it and get up and make comments about that report. So I think about as far as we go tonight is maybe the comments you've received, which kind of a little bit of a general nature of where staff has been coming from. But I think the best way of dealing with it would be to request such an agendized matter so the citizens have a chance to read something and fully respond to it.
Thank you, and we have talked about that. Did you want to make a comment and then?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. We have discussed that, and we actually have prepared a report that's gone to council last week. I might just ask the city attorney to speak briefly to the remedies that are available to the city, because there was some discussion about that tonight, and also have him indicate the correspondence that was sent out to G&M Construction last Friday.
Well, staff contacted us on Friday of last week and requested that we put together a quick letter to the contractor performing the work, telling him that they're violating various code sections. We did that. I do not feel that what we did was exhaustive as to what the potential legal issues may be. The request was, we responded to the request, we sent a letter out, but I don't feel prepared to fully comment on what the potential legal issues may be at this point, because we haven't really been asked to do that complete project.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fote, you want to make?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I had not seen that email this morning, but my comments to Mr. Moray was that we hold a public meeting with the neighbors, not individually with me, and that meeting be attended by city staff and city council members. And so I would like to see that also scheduled with the neighbors.
I would like for Mr. Alshire to explain the difference between an individual meeting and meeting prior to an agendized public hearing item.
They're seeing a meeting with the neighborhood group and a public hearing on an agendized matter, yes. there has been an issue in the past about the ability of going into the neighborhood and holding specific meetings on items that are going to come forward in an agenda. Certainly, it is appropriate for the council to try and assess neighborhood attitudes and viewpoints. The fact of the matter is, on most matters, the council, in giving direction, needs to act as a whole. And so oftentimes, one council member meeting with a group of citizens doesn't really give the whole council the flavor of what those issues are. So there are different ways the council can deal with that. And one of the ways is to put on an agendized matter, which creates a factual basis in terms of the staff giving the issues as they understand it, putting that in front of the council, written report that the citizens can read in advance and respond to with what their viewpoint is. Council members can ask staff questions, ask citizen questions as they come forward, and that can get a dialogue that goes on not just in front of the neighborhood group, but it's in front of the council, it's in front of the whole community. So I think that request, and Troy's indicating that staff has already put together some background information. I think the citizen request was that there be a chance to have public dialogue about that.
I was asking a slightly different question. If you have, the question was related to a previous action when we had an agendized public hearing that was within a month, and there were council members who wanted to have meetings with people on the topic of the public hearing, which is different from the issue that we're talking about now, because this is not a public hearing. So it would be okay if a council member, or even though, because this is not a public hearing and it's not an agendized public hearing item.
You're referring then to the dispute that occurred before about holding. Yes. Well, if you have a development project, it's coming forward in front of the city council. It's going to be coming to a public hearing. You're basically creating a record, and you're going to be making a decision based upon the record produced at the hearing. And in such a circumstance, there can be some legal issues with having separate pre-meetings about that material, and it could affect the due process rights that are occurring at the hearing. And yes, you're correct. There is no type of matter proceeding that's going to be coming forward to a public hearing that creates some of the legal sensitivities that existed, the particular instance that occurred a year or so ago. And so I'm sorry I misunderstood your question.
That's all right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think it's important that we are way, way off the agenda here, and I'm very uncomfortable with where this is all going, particularly if we're going to start responding to public comments, then we need to change the way we normally do business. And I think we need to get back on track here, and we have a long evening. And
I would agree with you. I know we have a long evening, but in as much as we had as many comments on these issues, and that was just one point of clarification, I would agree with you. And we will have that discussion at some point in the near future about how we handle those things. Thank you. And we will move to our approval of our consent agenda. Items 1 through 10.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mills.
I'd like to pull number 4 just simply to ask the planning director a question, so someone may want to go find him. But and also I need to abstain on a warrant on number 10. Number 993085, business related. I knew he wasn't too far away.
Do you want to still pull it and just answer your question, or do you want it pulled?
Why don't we go ahead and do that in whole?
Okay, then at this time we will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, if I have a correction to the minutes, should there?
Yes, then that should come now.
So that should be pulled, or?
If it's a correction, you can simply state it at this time.
Okay. On the minutes where it said that I requested that the appointments to the commissions be put to this meeting, that was not what I requested. I requested that we do an evaluation of the commissions and their goals and objectives and where the commissions were going before we did any appointments, and not that it just be put on tonight's agenda. And on item number 9,
And item number
and on
9.
item number 9, it was my understanding it was a pilot project. Is that not a pilot project, or?
This is just the request to ask for the pilot project.
Because it doesn't say pilot project in here.
That's what it is.
Okay.
And perhaps we should remove item number 1 because
Yes,
I think
please.
that there are some questions on that.
Absolutely, please.
Okay. So items 2, 3, 4 has been...
Not three.
2, 3 is pulled. 4, we're pulling for a separate vote, so it would be 5 through 10.
So moved.
I have a motion by
Second.
Mr. Mills and second by Mr. Punier. Roll call.
Ms. Fote?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye. Passes unanimously. Item number 4, please. Staff report.
I didn't really need a staff report, I just need to ask a question.
Sure.
Mr. Evans, this is for convenience and necessity order for the Shell Station, Gene Autry, and Ramon. When that project was previously approved, or originally approved, is that it's in an M1? Is it a right-of-zone project, or is that a CUP, do you recall?
I believe that was a conditional use permit. We looked at the record, and it did not address the issue of alcohol sales at that time.
There was no application for, or no, there was no mention of wanting to do that at that time.
The staff that did the research indicated they didn't see any record, in the staff report, minutes, or conditions.
And then, what has been our stance in the past regarding the liquor sales at service stations, essentially? Or, I mean, I don't know that there's a policy, but can you recall?
Well, we have liquor sales at a number of our gas stations. A number of them have convenience, small convenience markets. It's been something that it's been on a case-by-case basis. In most cases, on the initial permit application, they ask for the beer and wine sales at that point, and we bring the resolution of convenience and necessity up. This particular site has never made the request according to our records.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Just a comment, Mr. Owen. I think when a conditional use permit is approved, as far as I see this is a modification to a conditional use permit, and I think it should go back through planning to determine if they agree, and it's a public hearing process as well. That the neighborhood doesn't really have a problem with it either, and I really think that's part of what the process should be in this. And I'm not saying we should do it or should approve it or not approve it at this time, but I think it needs to go through the process, through the proper process, which is an amendment of the CUP as I see it. So that would be my motion on the resolution. Well, actually, no, I'm wrong. My motion would be to deny it and ask it to go back to Planning Commission for amendment to the CUP.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Is there another motion?
I'll make a motion to approve as recommended.
Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Fote. Roll call.
Ms. Fote?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
No.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye. Passes 4-1. We now move to our first public hearing. I will be abstaining on this item due to the fact that I am in a similar field with vocational schools. So in the best, actually the FPPC has said that it's okay, but it's still very, very close. And to be on the safe side, I'm going to abstain. And I pass gavel to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Oden. Item 11, case number 10.445, Palm Springs Mall, First Commercial Appeal, 2365 East Tockwitz Canyon Way. Mr. City Manager, staff report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is an appeal of a Planning Commission decision regarding a policy decision relative to the allowable uses of the community shopping center zone. I'd like to ask Mr. Doug Evans, the Director of Planning and Zoning, to give a brief staff report on this. Doug?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This was an application by the owners of the Palm Springs Mall. The property is zoned community shopping center. We have 3 locations in town: zoned community shopping center, the Palm Springs Mall, Smoke Tree Shopping Center, and the Stater Brothers Shopping Center at Sunrise and Vista Chino. Those are the only 3 places in town with community shopping center zoning. The community shopping center zone is intended to provide community shopping facilities, different types of retailing, different types of other activities, as well as professional offices. The request that went to the Planning Commission for determination was a determination to allow a business school to be a allowable land use in the community shopping center zone by commission determination on the basis that it would function and be very similar to an office type use, a professional office that could operate in that shopping center by right of zone. The Planning Commission, after reviewing this, was concerned that the type of use would not be sales tax driven, would not be a revenue producer directly to the city, that the community shopping center zone should be reserved for commercial type uses, and a business school didn't fit what they felt would be an appropriate land use in the community shopping center zone. The Planning Commission did deny the request on this. This request is not specifically tied to just the Palm Springs Mall. They happen to be the group that made the request. If the City Council wants to consider this and allow this business school type of land use in the CSC zone, it would be a zoning issue that would allow this type of land use in all of the 3 properties that I described. It is not an approval specifically for the Palm Springs Mall. They would then have to come back in. In the Planning Commission's discussion on this, they were concerned that at the Palm Springs Mall, the location for this proposed use, even though that wasn't specifically the request, would have been the former Miller's Outpost location. They felt that that was a critical anchor tenant type location that really probably should be reserved for a land use that generates retail foot traffic. The Planning Commission also received testimony from the Palm Springs Mall owners that they had tried to lease that space for 18 months, had been unsuccessful, and felt they needed to re-tenant the space, and that the business school would be a good tenant mix for their shopping center. The City Council has a range of options. We've outlined 2, and they're really summarized in your appeal portion of the staff report on page 11A. Also, they're outlined on resolutions on page 11C and 11D. The Council's options are to uphold the Planning Commission determination, which is a denial of the request for this determination to allow business schools in the community shopping center zone. That would support the Planning Commission recommendation. The other option that the City Council has is to override the Planning Commission denial and approve the applicant's request. If you do that, you would allow business schools to operate by right of zone in any of the community shopping center zones that we have in the community. Obviously, the council could add or modify the resolutions that we drafted for you because this is a fairly straightforward issue. We gave you the either-or resolution so you can act tonight. This is something that is fairly straightforward. Normally on appeals, we don't give you both resolutions. We ask you to give us direction, and then we prepare a resolution. That completes our report. I'll certainly try to answer any questions on this matter, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Mills? Oh.
Is there any questions of staff? Ms. Ford?
Yes, I do. The one thing I didn't see in here is what was the reason that a conditional use permit was not appropriate?
The request was a Planning Commission determination to allow this as a permitted use in this particular zone. That option would allow it to be processed and permitted without a conditional use permit and public hearing by the Planning Commission. And that was the applicant's request. The Commission discussed the issue of requirement by conditional use permit, but just wasn't comfortable with that. From staff's perspective, I'm not sure a conditional use permit would be a great tool other than to tell them where the tenant could go. And, that's an awkward situation because tenant spaces open up. They're not created very often. And staff's position was a CUP probably doesn't gain us that much. It's either you would permit it or not permit it.
And then, so a variance wouldn't work in that situation?
Under state law, you cannot grant a variance for land uses. Okay. Yeah.
One of the mechanisms that exists in the zoning ordinance is you have a list of permitted uses, and there is a mechanism that if the Planning Commission makes a determination that some use not on that list is like the uses on the list, if you make that determination, then that other use not on the list is entitled to be treated in the same manner. So in this case, the request was that this school use, which is not on the list of uses for this type of a shopping center, that it is similar to uses on the list. So if the Planning Commission had make that determination, the result would be, as Doug said, that for all of the shopping centers, not just this one, that are in that zoning district, the same type of use would be appropriate in all those locations. And the Planning Commission decided that they did not feel that it was similar to those other uses. But it's an administrative process that is different than the CUP or the variance process. It's another potential way that you deal with uses under the zoning ordinance.
Any other questions of staff?
Mr. Mills?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, two questions. One, do we know the vacancy rate of the Palm Springs Mall? And two, in a letter dated on December the 3rd, 2003 from First to the City Council, the final paragraph, they indicated research of other Merrick campuses indicates an upsurge in local sales for food concessionaires and office supply companies, which will increase tax-based revenue for the city. My question is, did First supply the Planning Commission with any data to that effect?
They did not supply the Planning Commission with any data regarding occupancy rates. They also did not provide any information regarding retail sales. In our review of it, and staff did recommend the Commission consider this positively. I looked at that in our review. Business school tends to turn over. People don't go there for 6 to 8 hour periods. They're coming in, they're going. It does create some turnover, and that's similar to an office. It actually would create more activity than a traditional office unless it was medical. But that was one of the considerations, was could you get that turnover out of this type of land use? And they'd probably run quite a few people through in a day. The applicant, I believe, is here, or their representatives, and they may be able to answer those questions specifically.
Okay.
Any other questions of staff? We will then proceed to open the public hearing.
I had a question for staff.
Sure, Mr. McCullough.
Do we know approximately the sales tax revenue generated to the city by the Miller's Outpost operation?
I don't know off the top of my head. We could look it up, but I wouldn't be able to release that information publicly. It's protected by state law. We can't give that information out.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Then we will open the public hearing. Trish, is it 3 minutes or 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Does anyone want to operate this clock? Because I don't. So, based on that, Steve will be the official timekeeper. So anyone speaking on this, wishing to speak on this item, you have 5 minutes, and please give us your name and your address, please.
Name is Michael First, 37 Prairie Grass, Irvine. Mr. Mayor and Palm Springs City Council, the reason for our presentation this evening is for reconsideration of the deferral to the City Council made by the Planning Commission on November 12, 2003. On November 12, 2003, the Palm Springs Mall went before the Planning Commission to request a use change for CSC zone. At that hearing, the Planning Commission felt it was not appropriate for planning to make the requested change and deferred the determination over to the Palm Springs City Council for review. This deferral was made as a denial because it was the only apparent option available to the Commission at that time. However, please note that the Planning Commission's recommendation to City Council on its December 17th letter indicated, and I quote, "First Commercial Real Estate in Palm Springs Mall has filed for Planning Commission determination that business school located at 2365 East Tahquitz Canyon Way is similar to offices or allowable land uses in the Community Shopping Center or CSC zone," unquote. If the Planning Commission has found that the business school is similar to office use and office use is allowed in our zone, office tenants don't contribute to the city's sales tax revenue. Secondly, the same December 17 letter found that, and I quote, "Palm Springs Mall has space available and has adequate parking lot area to accommodate a business school. The foot traffic would be similar to the foot traffic generated from an office. There is adequate parking available on site for this use," unquote. We have been working with the City of Palm Springs since September to bring in a new type of tenant to a CSC Community Shopping Center zone. The Miller's Outpost is the current retail tenant. Miller's Outpost has been requesting an early release in 2004 from their space for over 30 months. To accommodate the request, we have been aggressively marketing the 20,000 square feet that they currently occupy. During our vigorous marketing campaign, we have spent in excess of $24,000 in sending out these brochures to the community, 12,000 brochures in each instance. To date, we have made minimal response from the large retailers based on the competitive locations of newer malls. We have determined this area poses two difficult hurdles for large box tenants. Number one, the traffic flow is weak. Number two, the heart of retail shopping flows along Palm Canyon Road. We have done our utmost to accommodate our city's needs by donating space to the Palm Springs Police Department, DARE, and PAL, and assisting in their youth probation program, as well as sponsoring Red Cross blood drives, flu vaccinations, pet adoptions, and the various projects of the Mizell Senior Center. There are multiple other community efforts made by the Palm Springs Mall on behalf of other charitable endeavors. Reason to allow for C2 use. It is our understanding that business schools are permitted C2, beauty schools are allowed C1. Business schools, beauty schools, etc. are allowed in land use zones C1 and C2, which should pave the way for a new use such as Merrick Medical Law Schools. We are in close proximity to 3 high schools. Merrick Medical and Law Schools would provide graduating seniors an alternative to advanced education. We are requesting the City of Palm Springs enable us to continue adapting to meet the needs of our community to suit the ever-changing composite of businesses in the City of Palm Springs. Miller's Outpost sales have declined since 1998 and thus affecting the state and local tax revenue. If you calculate sales revenue, and we have that figure, Based on their sales figures, the city would lose about $750 a year. Having a new use tenant of potentially 200 adult students per day, 5 days per week, would certainly add to sales tax revenue of existing tenants. In the Palm Springs Mall, we cannot attract new business. Our current tenants will suffer from the loss of traffic. Case in point, Desert Fashion Plaza has been vacant for 8 years. Miller's Outpost square footage comprises almost 10% of the total leasable square footage of the Palm Springs Mall. We are currently about 90% occupied. Allowing such a large prominent space, 20,000 feet, to remain empty does not reflect a positive image for our current tenants or the city, nor would it be conducive to bringing in new tenants. We are requesting council to vote no on the resolution before you this evening. We understand by voting no to this resolution, you will accept Merritt College into our community. We appreciate your consideration of a new land use for retail centers in the community of Palm Springs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
David.
Let me close the hearing first. Let me close the hearing first. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Ms. Polk?
Yeah, my question was, do you have you polled the tenants, the other tenants in the shopping center, and what is their feeling about this?
The tenants feel that they've got to have more foot traffic in the mall, and they think by having a volume of 200 students a day, the food court will gain the advantage of that. They feel that the high school students that graduate from those high schools will have a place to go after they graduate, and that this is a nice advent to our community having a college like this. I think it will bring the right type of traffic to our mall. And in answer to your question, they favor anything and everything. They really are fearful that if that space goes vacant, that's just one more dark space without traffic.
Thank you.
Mr. Mills? What, when is the lease up for Miller's Outpost?
The lease is up this year. I'm sorry, in 2004, mid-2004, but they have asked us for the last 2 years to see if we can find a replacement tenant for them. The problem is you have like these dollar stores, which has been the rage the last few years. That conflicts with Vaughn's Grocer and their lease. They will not allow any kind of dollar store into our mall. So it limits what we have. And when you canvass, we do have Richard Ellis here tonight if you want to ask any questions of them. Not having traffic flow, it's very difficult to get a national tenant to our mall because there's no traffic flow and the commercial corridor is along Palm Canyon. So,
thank you, sir. Any more? Are there any more questions of Mr. First? Thank you, sir. Mr. Ponier?
Mr. Mills, I have a question again for Mr. Evans. The Planning Department's recommendation to the Planning Commission was?
To approve the determination and allow the business school to go in.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. McCullough.
The Planning Commission, were they strongly opposed to this use, or they just wanted the City Council to make the decision because they felt it was more of a policy decision?
Well, you know, I think their initial reaction was this is not the best land use for a community shopping center because we're trying to generate retail activity in those, and this is creates secondary retail activity, i.e. the foot traffic, as opposed to primary. The planning commissioners in their discussion did say that they would like the council's direction on whether or not you want them to really push for retail tax dollars in shopping centers or to put in active uses that don't generate primary tax dollars but just generate foot traffic. So the commissioners did send it up to the council with a negative recommendation, recognizing and encouraging the ownership of the mall to make this appeal to seek the direction of the council.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Cornell.
One more question for Mr. Evans. You know the market very, very well. Difficult question, and not sure you'll be able to answer it, but how difficult would it be to fill that space with another 20,000 square foot retail?
Well, I've talked to the mall several times about prospective tenants, and they've not been bringing hard retailers. You know, they've talked about health clubs and, you know, again, the other types of uses. A while back, the City Council and the Planning Commission made a pretty significant change to community shopping center zoning standards and general plan policy, where you said under certain circumstances, with an amendment to the general plan and the appropriate permits from zoning, that you would consider looking at mixed land use in community shopping center zones. Now, that request came from Smoke Tree, where they had 40 acres of commercial that they were requesting, and in our review of it at staff, we didn't feel they had a market for 40 acres. My feel over time is that this mall will continue to be challenged for primary retail tenants until our population goes up a lot. You know, competing retail is going on all over, and, you know, to some degree, I think, you know, from staff's perspective, we saw this as something that can maybe bridge the gap and keep the activity up, as opposed to having potentially a vacant space on a key corner.
Thank you.
Mr. Evans, do you see a vehicle that could be used to allow this use specifically at this center only and in this space only?
Well, we'd have to stretch a type 2 conditional use permit. It talks about private schools, private schools under that definition is a little bit more directed towards traditional private schools, business colleges, business schools, trade schools. Those have been defined land uses in our ordinance. If the commission and council wanted to have a broad definition of that, they could propose a type 2 conditional use permit for this specific location and go through the process. It would require public hearing before the Planning Commission and the City Council. Obviously, they were hoping to have something that was a bit more streamlined and asked for the Planning Commission determination.
The concern I have in the issue is that there's no vehicle currently in the zoning ordinance, as I understand it, that limits the amount of, say, office space in a center. In other words, you could have a center conceivably convert to office space, to a school, to an entire school, which has happened in areas, consequently taking out of the market essentially a community shopping center, of which we only have so many of those little dots in the city, and as Mr. Evans says, I think 3, and essentially changing the initial general plan thought in the location of these 3 throughout the city. And the concern I have is that if you start looking at, and I'm guessing here, the cost per square foot of retail space versus the cost per square foot of office space, probably the retail space is going to be less in a center like this. And I'm afraid we might create a shift I certainly understand the situation in this case specifically, and I'm just afraid to go in and make it a citywide determination that is an acceptable use in all our shopping centers, community shopping centers. Mr. Alshire.
Perhaps one way of dealing with the issue that you're bringing up would be to go ahead and make this determination at this point in time, but then to go through an amendment process to deal with the issue of schools generally with these types of uses. And through an amendment process, if you want to specify that they're subject to CUPs or something like that, that can be done through an amendment. That would get them in the position that they could go forward with this current use, but by amending the standards and creating a process that would apply in the future, if other people come forward, you could put some criteria for when you would consider it. You were commenting upon the relative amount of office or school use relative to other retail uses. You could define some criteria like that and put it into that zoning district so that when future people come along, they'll be looking at different situations. Instead of making this determination that it's similar to, there'd be a specific language that deals with that type of use.
Okay. Council?
Yeah, Mr. Mills, I think that was my problem with it, and that's why I asked about the conditional use, because I have a business that has an office also in Los Angeles, and in that building is a medical school, similar, I think, to what's being proposed here. And every restaurant around that medical school is extremely busy all day with the students. And so I do see that this would be a benefit to the shopping center, especially with having Gottschalk's there and all the other places. But my concern would be if Ross was to leave, would then we have a beauty school in there, or if True Value, right?
Mm-hmm.
This area, I get the two mixed up. Then we could have some other kind of a school there, and I think there would be a tremendous loss in sales tax revenue. So how would we go about now passing page 11D and then adding what you're talking about to a future agenda?
Yes, Doug had suggested one way of dealing with it, which is to go back and look at the CUP process and send them back through the hearing process on that. But obviously there's this time sensitivity. So if you feel that this particular use doesn't need a lot of conditions of approval and you would be willing to let it be there by right of zone, but you don't want that to become the norm, then you could go ahead and overturn the Planning Commission action and make a determination that it's similar to, and Doug's provided you with a resolution to do that, but you could also instruct staff to review the creation of a CUP-type process in terms of any future such uses in this zoning district. And then staff would have to put that together, and it would come up through the Planning Commission process as a zoning amendment.
Then I would move that, Mr. Mills.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Tricia, do you understand?
Well, I understand overturning the Planning Commission decision. Is
No,
what you're-
I'm moving, well, I guess that would be
Yeah.
11D, that's what it says, yes.
Read the resolution.
That would be a resolution of the City of Palm Springs, California, overriding the Planning Commission denial and approving the determination that business school is a similar use to office, all types except contractors in the community shopping center CSC zone. And that's what you're...
And that wording will still allow us to amend
There needs to
that?
be a modification to that.
Well, actually, my suggestion would be that you just go ahead and adopt that resolution. Then as a separate action, there could just be a motion to request staff to develop a zoning amendment to deal with these as conditionally permitted uses in the zoning district. But yeah, I think you can separate those two things out. This resolution will just be determining disapproval.
Understandable?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll do this and then do another
Right.
motion. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. It's Resolution B, if I'm not mistaken. Madam Clerk, roll call.
The override.
That's 11D on your
11
agenda packet, correct?
It's motion B,
Right.
11D.
Right,
Oh,
yes.
okay,
Yep. It's
thank you.
reflective of 11D in your agenda packet.
Ms. Fote?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
No. Then we'll entertain another amendment, separate item for amendment.
Then I move that request staff that they do a, would they bring a motion? Could you?
Yeah, it's not an amendment.
It's not an
Not
amendment. It's just, the motion is to request staff to develop a zoning amendment for the community shopping center district to deal with the school use as a conditionally permitted use.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Fote is a quick learner.
That didn't take long at all.
So there's a motion by Ms. Fote, second by Mr. McCullough. Ms. Clerk, roll call, please.
Ms. Fote?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
No. Thank you very much. Mr. Oden, if you can hear us.
Mr. Mayor, I need to take a break at this time.
Okay. We will take a brief recess.
We will call the meeting back to order. We're on agenda item number 12, case 5.0956, 5.0965, and 5.0977, general plan circulation element amendments. Staff report, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is an amendment to the general plan circulation map. It reclassifies several streets within the community. I'd like to ask Mr. Evans, our Director of Planning and Zoning, to give a brief staff report.
Thank you very much. Two of the three items on the agenda tonight have companion development projects. And under state law, we have to combine general plan amendments. For each element of the general plan, we're able to amend those elements 4 times per year. And this is our 4th time. So we have 3 items before you, and I'll take them very quickly administratively. And then I'd like to show you the conditions that we're dealing with in the neighborhoods with the projects and the plans so that you get a good feel for it. The first item is a request by Huddle Springs for an amendment to the circulation plan to reclassify Mesquite Avenue between South Palm Canyon Drive, Random Road, from a secondary thoroughfare to a collector roadway. A secondary thoroughfare is a 4-lane roadway. A collector roadway is a 2-lane roadway. This is the area just east of South Palm Canyon Drive, and it's an area that you heard testimony already tonight about traffic calming between South Palm Canyon Drive and Sunrise Way. In this particular case, we took a look at the traffic counts, had a traffic study done. There is no need from a current traffic standpoint or a projected traffic standpoint to have a secondary thoroughfare from Random Road to South Palm Canyon Drive. In this particular instance, from Random Road East, a number of years ago, the city downsized Mesquite Avenue from a secondary to a collector. The Planning Commission looked at this item and recommended approval. The second item before you tonight is reclassification of a section of Mesquite Road or Mesquite Avenue between El Cielo and Vela from a secondary thoroughfare to a special collector roadway to go in and clarify a general plan policy having to do with specific street programs and to add a new general plan policy, Mesquite Avenue Special Street Program. The purpose of the 2 general plan amendments is to give some flexibility to the council and the Planning Commission as we're looking at streets. And I'll give you some examples of where we've used this type of policy. The downtown parking structure, we did a special street section adjacent to it on Indian Canyon where we narrowed the street a little bit to capture a little bit more land for a public parking project. And I think it's been received very well. Arenas Road, we've done special street sections in that roadway. And what we've done is in these 2 general plan policies, we've clarified it, expanded it a little bit because we found on the convention center that on Caballeros, it would be a good idea to be able to play with the width of Caballeros as we came back in to look at it very specifically. So those policies are new in the general plan. You have them in your staff report. I will not read them. Can certainly try to answer any questions. And we've been using this type of standard to help us out in other areas. The third request is a proposal by Westman Development Company for an amendment to this general plan circulation map to reclassify Cahuilla Road between Tockwitz Canyon Way and Ramon Road from a collector street to a local street. This particular item is one that we've had numerous public meetings on, both specifically about this area as well as generally, and in looking at the traffic counts in that area and taking a look at existing rights-of-way, there's no need for a collector roadway in that particular area. In fact, from in one street section back prior to incorporation of the city, the county of San Diego vacated a 60-foot right-of-way back to 50 feet, and we just don't see it's necessary to go back and ask for that 10 feet back. Let me show you where these areas are located on the exhibits. A little technical problem today. Our boards on the right all came off the track right before the meeting. I've got some beautiful aerial photograph exhibits, behind that wall. And without taking this all apart, we can't get to them. So I'm going to use a small aerial photograph and then go to neighborhoods real quickly so you can see them a little bit better. Just to give the council an idea, roughly the Mesquite Avenue area is here, South Palm Canyon Drive, Mesquite Avenue here. The short linkage between Random and Palm Canyon Drive is this particular general plan amendment. And again, there's no need for that from the standpoint of traffic capacity and traffic flow. The specific condition, Random Road, South Palm Canyon Drive, Mesquite Avenue, basically keeping this as a two-lane roadway, parking both sides. We will, as a part of this development project, have a right turn lane to make the intersection capacity work, but from there back it would be a two-lane roadway and would add to the traffic calming program. And in our presentation on this project, I will talk about a requirement for traffic calming measures at this intersection that the neighborhood seemed to be very interested in. This particular project has had a neighborhood meeting. We had an outstanding meeting, had a lot of input, and I think the neighborhood was very relieved to hear about this general plan amendment. The second one has to do with a little section of Kauai in through here, approximately a half-mile long from the Fashion Plaza, basically down to Ramon Road, to basically make that a collector roadway. The difference is the width of the right-of-way and a little bit wider street. You still have the same two-lane roadway condition, so you're not going to have a problem relative to conveyance of traffic. What it will do is narrow the road, traffic will go slower, both during our neighborhood meeting on this particular project and general plan amendment, as well as our public hearings before the council on the Estrella Inn. We've heard loud and clear from the neighborhood they want special street sections. Both of the policy as well as this general plan amendment will allow us as your staff to come up with much more creative street sections that would be in conformance with city policy, whereas before the policy didn't allow that. The specific one, and this is the riskiest part of the presentation, is to move this board because it's off track. This is the aerial that shows just the first linkage of the Kauai section. It doesn't go all the way up to Tahquitz. It doesn't go all the way to Ramon. But the project site that initiated this is a development at the old community church site. And again, in this particular block, we pretty much have a 50-foot right-of-way. So to come in and ask for additional right-of-way didn't seem to make sense. And the road's a two-lane roadway, and in the future it only needs to be a two-lane roadway. Probably the most significant traffic calming project the city's undertaken is taking a look at the DeMuth Park area, dealing with Mesquite Avenue from El Cielo over to Vela Road. Vela Road is the roadway that connects to the airport entry loop. This is really a project that comes about because of the Mid-Valley Parkway, the Dinah Shore Bridge. All of a sudden, we went from neighborhood level street and traffic flow to picking up a lot of regional through traffic. The traffic counts went up dramatically once that bridge opened up, and this neighborhood has been asking for a traffic calming program for an awfully long time. This particular general plan amendment and ultimately the traffic calming program was subject to numerous public meetings with the Planning Commission. We notified everybody along Mesquite Avenue into the neighborhood, and we've had a lot of support for this traffic calming program. The specific proposal, which is not on the agenda tonight, the council has already awarded the design contract, and the Planning Commission has already approved the plan, but for the new council members' purpose, and Dave Barakian can give you the specifics, I'll just let you know very quickly. El Cielo coming in with a intersection at this location at Mountain View, creating a parallel parking lane along here, narrowing the street to 2 lanes, redoing the entry to the west soccer fields and softball and batting cage complex, coming back in with a parallel parking lane along here into the existing parking lot down by the main softball complex, and then coming in again, reworking intersections, putting some chokers in to slow the cars down, and I think most significantly, and the gentleman was here, but he didn't want to stay late, he lives right here. He listens to the cars crash through the cross gutters. Oh, you didn't go home. Crash through the cross gutters and end up in the park and front yards. And really the idea here is to have a right turn lane onto Vela, 1 lane through, create a very strong statement that says this is a residential and park zone. If you're going to the airport, go this way. We're going to slow you down through this neighborhood, so you're going to want to use Ramon Road, East Palm Canyon Drive, Vela. And this is a very strong traffic calming program that's probably long overdue, and it adds a lot of parking for the park. The items before you have companion environmental assessments. The resolution before you is to approve the general plan amendments, as well as file a mitigated negative declaration. That completes our report.
Are there any questions on the staff report? Then we will, yes.
Mr. Mayor, just one question.
Sure.
Mr. Evans, in the case on the Huddle Springs, so that we're taking it down to a collector, which is 60 from, what, 88 or 80 or whatever it was?
Yes.
Does the property boundary, I mean, we will change the property boundary in that case? In other words, so the properties on either side will gain back that additional footage?
Actually, the property on the Huddle Springs, the development side, doesn't have to make an additional dedication. I think we're okay on the south side. We would get additional dedication on the north. So in essence, they get some property back.
Okay. And from a curiosity standpoint, from Random East on Mesquite, now that was downsized previously from secondary to collector.
Yes, it was.
And as we all know, I mean, that's a very, very wide street. And those properties went, so the major portion of that pavement that's less, it's really private property. Now, I mean, what is it, 20 feet?
I think we have some parkway in that area. I haven't looked at the right-of-way and the street sections.
And essentially, that means that those properties along there, and in this case here, I would assume, their front yard essentially got bigger. Is that correct?
I'm not sure we had the right-of-way all the way through there for a secondary
originally.
Oh, we may
not
originally.
have had it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we had a secondary. We probably had a little bit of a right-of-way that went back and forth. I haven't looked at that right-of-way for a long time, so I can't tell you exactly what it is, but it wasn't 88 feet, I don't believe.
In the case of Mesquite from LCL to Vela, we're not moving a property line, we're just downsizing the size of the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions, then we will open the public hearing at this time. I do have one card, a Hildner. And you wish to speak on 12 and 13?
Correct.
Okay.
Maybe just, well, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening and welcome.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
I won't take anywhere close to that on this item. I did wish to speak.
Please give your name.
Excuse me. My name is John O'Hildner. My address is 241 East Mesquite, which is like 2 doors down from Random, 2 houses east. We are very much in favor of the downgrading of Mesquite from Palm Canyon to Random. Already we're concerned that there's too much traffic on Mesquite that ought to be staying on Palm Canyon or over on Ramon. So we're very much in favor of that. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anyone else who would like to speak to public hearing item number 12, please come forward at this time. If not, then good evening and welcome. Please give your name to the clerk.
My name is Richard Golay, and I live at 4420 East Mesquite Avenue, right across from the tennis courts on Demuth Park. And this, as the gentleman said, is a project that is long overdue. I've been coming to the city here for almost 3 years to get something done, and it's long overdue. The traffic is getting to the point where it's unbearable. It is also taking the value of the people who live along there. Their homes are being devalued on account of the traffic. And it shouldn't be. I've lived there for 26 years. And it's getting to the point where it's almost unbearable. You can't cross the street on account of the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? If not, then we will close the public hearing. Council?
Motion to approve?
We have a motion by Mr. Punier. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Mills. Questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, when we looked at this earlier, and I don't remember what venue it was, part of the Mesquite, the easterly Mesquite downgrade, part of the discussion was not only the work that we're seeing here, but also a right turn lane at Gene Autry, a free turn lane. At Gene Autry. Is that part of the proposal that I know we're not looking at it now, but is that part of the proposal that we will be looking at?
If we could have Dave Baraki and the Public Works Director address that?
Mr. Baraki.
Good evening.
Wow, where did that come from?
It's not, as if you'll recall, Mr. Mills, it's not part of this particular project, but we have solicited some consultant because there's right-of-way involved in doing that, and we would like to do it as a second phase of this project to make that right turn that you're talking about at Gene Autry a free right turn is what we're looking at. So that's going to involve the property owner and Caltrans as well.
Right. And I'm mentioning that because although we're looking at what we're doing here, that will help turn some of the traffic. But I do believe if you can make the bulk of the traffic turn at Gene Autry, it'll be better for everybody, rather than even taking them down to Vela. So I'm glad to hear that. Thank you,
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Punier.
Just one additional comment. I would commend staff for working so well with the neighborhoods on this matter.
Thank you. We have discussed this project, especially the Mesquite Avenue portion, for quite a while, and we received a lot of feedback. And we really worked with several different proposals, trying to find one that we felt was best for the city and best for the neighborhood, and I believe that we have accomplished that. So kudos to the staff as well. All in favor? Let it be known by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. We will move to public hearing, item number 13, case number 50956, PD 285, Tentative Trap Map 31413, Huddle Springs Development. Staff report, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd ask Mr. Evans to give the staff report on this item.
Steve, just go slow here. I'll just walk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This item, you have a very extensive staff report, environmental assessment, and we did also talk a little bit about the Mesquite Avenue general plan amendment that you just approved, so I won't go through that again. In this particular case, this is a mixed-use project. It's before you as a planned development district, which is our most rigorous permit. It allows the city staff, the planning commission, the council, and the property owner to come up with a creative land use plan that doesn't meet every particular item of the zoning requirements, but ends up being a better community project. We've had extensive community meeting on this one. We filled up the large conference room, had a great exchange. I think you've heard comments tonight about it already, where people got to talk to the architect. The developer was in the room, and we really went through the issues quite well. And when we had the Planning Commission public hearing, it was very quiet. A few people showed up, mostly complimentary. So if I can go over the project, South Palm Canyon Drive located here, Mesquite Avenue, Random Road, South Riverside, San Lorenzo. The main project driveway is on South Palm Canyon Drive, just opposite the Rock Garden Cafe. They were required to put the driveway in this location to match up with this location as a long-term plan as how we would service this large piece of property that's about 12 acres, and also serve the Rock Garden Cafe property, and then the Fairfield Resort timeshare project here, and then across the street, right in that area, is Mack Magruder Chevrolet. From a surrounding land use standpoint, professional office building, you have some multifamily residential, and then you break into single-family residential. Probably the most delicate part of the whole project relative to the neighborhood is taking a look at this driveway and how it relates to these units over here. At the community meeting, the developer committed to take a look at that, possibly do some adjustments on the driveway when they get into final development plans, as well as come back over here and maybe put in some screen walls with the property owner's cooperation and permission so that they can help buffer those properties with this driveway. As we've looked at circulation over the years, and this is the fourth or fifth project since the shopping center was demolished that we've looked at in this location, we've heard very strong sentiments. There should be no access to Random Road. That really goes back to the delivery trucks for the shopping center going back and forth on South Riverside, San Lorenzo, and Mesquite. So there's no direct access over here, 2 access points here and here. The actual project is a commercial mixed-use project on the front, parking structure below. This would be a possible recreation. They've got the approval of the Cody family to recreate the original Huddle Springs building, and Jim Chiaffi's been working on that. And folklore is that he used to work there, so he knows it inside and out. So they're looking at doing that, and then this would be new retail buildings along Palm Canyon frontage, access into the parking structures in a couple of locations, and really trying to create that pedestrian feel, courtyard feel along the Palm Canyon Drive frontage. The mixed use part of the project really starts breaking at this point. At the same grade as the shopping center, there would be live-work units on the upper level along here with a residential unit below. So in theory, you could live here and make it residential, or you could have a art gallery, an office, and then have a residential unit below. There's a grade break across the property of about 12 to 15 feet. They're going to make it at this point so that essentially you come in at grade here, below grade, into the pool courtyard on the other side. So it's a 2-story unit that you can step into and then go down to your living quarters. Condominium units located along here with some carports in this location, garages, and again some carports in this location, with 2 activity areas with pools and a real strong pedestrian core coming through the middle of the project. two-story development. Now go into the architecture. This is a couple of ideas of what it will look like. This is retail, office, and food, live, work, loft units, and then also the live unit, walk units, or work units. So you could see the upper level, the stairs coming down, and the unit down here would be living. This would be the live, work, or loft. Very different product for Palm Springs, and there's 38 units, if I'm correct. There's 18 live work units worked into it and 48 other condominiums. So it's a project that has a good mixed-use concept architecturally. Mr. Chiaffi has been working. These are the retail buildings. This would be the west elevation along Palm Canyon Drive for the main large complex. This would be the other side that would face the parking lot. This would be the north elevation that you would see as you come down Palm Canyon Drive going southbound. And then this would be the south elevation with the Huddle Springs building worked in here with that. A little bit more detailed architecture for the residential, shown here, very contemporary form with a lot of play and a lot of materials that were very, very well received through the design review process. That is a quick overview of the project. They've asked for some setback relief for some carports in this area, and it was felt that it was a nice trade-off. It's a minor relief there. They have asked that this roof element for Huddle Springs in this location and another roof element encroach into the public right-of-way, but it's just the roof, not the building, which we've done in the downtown quite often. It really gives it a better street feel, brings the commercial up, and really starts to create a more downtown feel as opposed to a suburban feel that you might get with a traditional shopping center. That is an overview of the project. You have a lengthy staff report. We'll certainly try to answer any questions.
Council, are there any questions before we open the public hearing? Then if not, we will open the public hearing. I do have a couple of cards, Paul Crippen and Linda Kearney. You'll have 5 minutes if you please come forward at this time. Good evening. Give your name to the clerk and welcome.
Also, council members, my name is Paul Crippen. I live at 145 East Mesquite, right across the street from the, across from the entrance on Mesquite Avenue. My concern, I support it totally. I worked with Jim Chiaffi and Parvis, the developer, and feel that they've been very responsive to our concerns. I support all of what the staff comments are. The one concern I see is the need for some public parking, limited public parking west of the entrance on Mesquite. I know that there's a need for a right pocket there for a turn. I believe it's 200 feet, and that still should be enough room for maybe 3 limited parking spaces on west of the entrance. So I'd like to ask, that with respect to the staff's report, I'd like to request that the council consider changing that to allow some limited parking west of the entrance on Mesquite. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kearney, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Linda Kearney. I am part owner of the property at 153 East Mesquite, which is the one directly across from the driveway entry exit. We are very pleased with the project, and we are especially happy that the architect and the developer have worked with the neighbors so well in presenting such a wonderful project for the neighborhood. We have met with Mr. Chiaffi and with the developer, and I think our concerns have been addressed, and we seem to have an agreement regarding the driveway and the mitigation measures for the house. But if you folks would, I would really appreciate seeing in the motion that you make for approval please add to the conditions of approval that our concerns will definitely be addressed, just so that we have that security. We would like to see the driveway moved just 10 feet to the west. And the developer has also said that he would build us a better wall along the front of the property line. And we had also requested some gating for privacy and security reasons and some shrubbery. And if you would address that in the conditions of approval, we would truly be appreciative. And again, we like the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hildner, did you want to speak again? You are welcome. Please come forward. You'll have 5 minutes. And if you're true to form, you won't use them.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, John O. Hildner, 241 East Mesquite. Wanted to do several things. First, say that I'm very supportive of this project. I think they've done a magnificent job. The impact on the neighborhood is not going to be nearly as bad as what it could have been given the zoning in that project. And we think the architectural views of this project are going to enhance the whole south of downtown, frankly. Also want to thank staff. Your staff have been super in terms of being responsive to neighborhood concerns, requests, et cetera. And they've done a terrific job. I had concerns that I voiced at the Planning Commission meeting last week regarding engineering condition 24 and 61. Both of those, the Planning Commission amended so that they met the concerns that I had, and I was obviously pleased with that. I think there is probably some room for a few parking spaces west of the entrance on Mesquite before you go into that right-hand turn lane. So I think that makes sense. I don't think that there is a condition that specifically speaks to that, but we certainly, anything that can happen to have more parking in there helps constrict that road and will slow that traffic. The one item that I raised that has not been addressed, and it wasn't a condition, I would really like to see further study of whether or not once the traffic light goes in on Palm Canyon at the entrance, at the Palm Canyon entrance, that will give us a stoplight at Sunny Dunes, there at the entrance, another one at Mesquite, another one at Morongo. And it seems to me that there is an opportunity to eliminate the Mesquite stoplight. With those two other stoplights right there, we can get enough platooning, if you will, in the traffic. I think this may be an issue for another day, but I'd like to have that looked at. That's the end of my testimony. Thank you.
I was up here before 729 High Road. If I could just quickly finish the comments. As I was saying, in the traffic calming process, Mr. Chiaffi and the developer were very responsive. They've offered design and money to contribute to the choker on Mesquite at random. We also, from the city, have established traffic cushions that will be placed on South Riverside and San Lorenzo. We just think it's a very positive project, both in its appearance and its residential integrity. It's working with the neighborhood, and also it's just been an incredibly positive aspect of traffic calming to work with these gentlemen. They've been great, and we support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no one else, we will. Good evening and welcome.
James Chiaffi, architect. Congratulations. You get a project before you today that has, I think, unanimous community support. We're real happy to be part of it. I live in this neighborhood too. I been in this neighborhood over 40 years, so I understand. I grew up on Mesquite Avenue. I know all about the traffic. And yes, Doug, you're right. I did work at the Huddle Springs. It was my first job, and so maybe we're going to see it again. We're hoping to. Thanks again. Any questions I can answer, I'd be happy to. But otherwise, congratulations. Thanks to the neighborhood for their input.
And thank you. Council, direction?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say that this is a perfect example of what we've been talking about, of developers and architects working with the neighborhoods before it gets to here and ironing out all the things that need to be ironed out. So our congratulations go to you in working with the neighbors and also to staff for making sure that that did happen. And I, for one, am going to be glad to see that trash-strewn empty lot go. Because that was really good. So I just had one question in the traffic signals. What's the distance between the Mesquite Road traffic light and the one in front of this project on Palm Canyon?
Do a quick measurement.
Jenny, not that far.
Is that it? Yeah, because I mean, if my memory serves me, you're not even going to get your engine up to 3 miles an hour before
Well, I
you can
think you
hit
will. I think it's several hundred feet before you can, between the two. I would guess 500 feet or something like that.
And-
It's going to
and-
be probably 520 to 540 feet.
And it is
Close.
it is difficult once you have a light at a corner to remove a light at a corner, but also looking at the future planning for possibly the passage of the Bellardo Bridge project. Will that light at Mesquite become necessary?
With the development there, indications are in the traffic study that it is still warranted as a traffic signal to allow traffic to get out onto Palm Canyon. So it would be difficult to remove it without ramifications if it's still a warranted traffic signal, which indications are that it will be.
And will they be some way synchronized so they don't
Yes,
become as
the
we
new signal will be
call it
in
coffee and cake light?
synchronization. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, we will close the public hearing, and yes, you have your comment, please.
Two quick questions. One is clarification. In the recommendations, it says 10 live-work lofts, and then the data in our book, it says 18. So is it 10 or 18 that we are approving?
We have a typo. I believe it's 18.
So it's 8. Okay, 18. Second question, 48 two-story residential condominiums. What is the height of the second story, the maximum height, and is that a special variance or anything, or is it within improvement?
The height of these units are 26 feet at the top of the peak, so you're only talking about limited areas as you see how it works. So they're a traditional massive building, about 24 with the peaks up to 26. They're asking for a couple of feet under the or additional building height relative to the R2 or R3 development standards for multifamily. Design Review and Planning Commission felt that because it's really, these slope areas, window areas, things of that nature, it wasn't really the mass of the building. It was just to create view corridors to the mountains.
Thank you.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Evans, is it your understanding that in the conditions of approval, you've dealt with the concerns of the resident across from the Mesquite Drive?
Yes, we have. It's planning condition number 17, and it requires the developer to mitigate impacts with those property owners. can include redesign of the driveway, construction of wall landscaping of the affected residential properties, and then the details come back for Planning Commission approval. I think you have an assurance there.
And also, could you comment on the suggestion for additional street parking to the west of the drive up to South Palm Canyon?
I think the concern that we heard in our neighborhood meetings and at the hearing is we do have properties along Mesquite that when they do entertain, they have people that park on the street. They would like as much street parking to be maintained. Depending on the exact location of the driveway, we may or may not have room because of the right turn lane to have parking on the west side. Dave Barakian and his staff and the development team will all try to, if you can do it, we'll try, but I have a feeling we're going to find we need that right turn lane so that we don't have cars backing up even further in front of those houses if on real busy days, if those ever occur.
And I'd also like to compliment the owner in this project as well as the architect, and certainly would like to see something happen on here. I think every architect in town has worked on this site once or the other, and Mr. Chiaffi, I hope you are the successful one. So, very nice project.
Yeah.
Council, any other comments? I'd just like to say it is a good thing to get the downtown feel further south on Palm Canyon. The safety issues and the quality of life issues from the neighborhood, they have been listened to, they feel respected, and this is one of the goals that we have been looking for. Also, the type of architecture, I think, fits Palm Springs in its growth mode and development, that it addresses needs that I think are interesting and very good for us. And we've been looking for something at this particular site for quite a while. So kudos to you. Thank you very much for listening to the neighborhoods. Council?
Move the resolution.
We have a motion by Mr.
Second.
Mills, second by Mr. Punier. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. And congratulations. We will move to item number 14. Case number 50977. Staff report, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, once again, I'd like to turn to Mr. Evans for even a briefer staff report.
Didn't fall over. The project before you is the condominium project on Cahuilla, Baristo, and Lugo Road. It's just south of Arenas. It's the former community church property. The church would be demolished as well as these two single-family homes. There was some confusion about the Class 1 historic community church here. That will not be affected by this project. It will only be benefited by this project. The overall site plan is shown in this location here. Again, Cahuilla, bay parking on Cahuilla, decorative paving that would be used for the church in the future, and it may become a bed and breakfast in the future. So this parking is not dedicated to the condominium project. Main driveway here on Cahuilla, secondary driveway in this location, basically a circulation pattern around. This would be a single-story unit at the request of the neighbors, 20 feet in height. These would all be two-story units primarily, with a carriage-type unit in the back that I'll show you that is a third story. That's about the size of a two-car garage, 450 square feet. Street elevations on the project shown here. You get a feel for how the project would look on the streets. This would be the Kauai Street elevation with the bay parking in here and a screen wall to protect the units. From the light at night, the other elevation at the very top is Lugo, so you get a feel. And again, it's primarily a two-story mass with a third story in these particular locations. And they're on the backs of the unit in these particular areas so that they're not out on the street. Architecturally, the project architecture, and we'll have to kind of go through in waves because I don't want to put that board all the way back. It may not come back out. From the standpoint, again, a two-story mass in this location. The third story, again, at the back of the unit is at 34 feet 6 inches. This is a two-story element. Architectural detail, very, very authentic. Color and materials, very authentic relative to the style of architecture. The design review of this was very quick relative to the architecture. From the standpoint of where the two-story unit really sets in, it sets back in here. We didn't get all the exhibits, but again, it's really, back in this part of the project on the two-story unit. This is actually the single-story unit that's back in the corner. They are asking for some relief on building height. To get that little third-story unit in. They're also asking for setback relief along the street frontages. This is really an urban infill project, and to try to get the type of development in with the quality of the amenities and the quality of units, we did take a look at some relief on setbacks as well as parking. The Planning Commission was very comfortable. We had a community meeting. In fact, we had two. And at the Planning Commission meeting, my recollection is we had one letter in opposition, we had 3 phone calls in support, and nobody else came to the hearing. And in the historic tennis club neighborhood, normally if you call a public meeting, you usually get a lot of people. I think everybody was pretty comfortable with the quality of the project. That completes our report. I'll certainly try to answer any questions.
Are there any questions, Council? Ms. Foat.
Could you speak a little bit about the letter from the tribe regarding the archaeologist?
The tribe has developed an archaeological program, cultural resources program, where they're concerned about not only surface activities that may have cultural resources, they're also worried about and concerned about subsurface resources. Their letter is a standard letter. The conditions of approval are already built into the project, so we've imposed those conditions. And essentially, during project construction, the developer will need to have tribal monitors to monitor excavation for buried resources. And that's something we've been doing as a courtesy to the tribe. On most projects, there are certain places where we've talked to them about not doing it based upon probability of finding resources, and they've worked with us on that. It is an expense to a project because the project developer does need to compensate the tribe for that, but we're working with the tribe and developers to make that program work. And in places nobody ever thought we would find things, we found pretty significant resources that were underground. So there's been some benefit even in places that the archaeological probability would say very low, and they've actually found some things.
So this is more or less a form letter that they send out rather than...
Yes.
And can you also tell me what the height of that wall is?
The wall, which?
The wall that's in front on, I guess that's Kauai.
The Kauai wall, I believe that one is 6 feet, and the idea is to be able to screen, come back in here and screen the bay parking. So when you live in this unit and somebody pulls in, you don't have the headlights directly. Gives you a little bit of privacy here. The walls on the project, originally the developer was trying not to do any walls. And when the bay parking became realistic, because of working with the right-of-way and reducing the right-of-way section. Whenever you have bay parking right into somebody's home, you typically like to screen it. If we didn't do it now, we'd end up doing it as a change for the homeowners later on. And then in other areas, there are different levels of walls, so you have a lot of interplay. It's not a gated perimeter wall project. It's more courtyards.
Thank you.
Council, any other questions before we open the hearing? This time, we will open the public hearing. If there's anyone who would like to speak to item number 14 on the agenda, please come forward at this time. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Westman. I reside at 2005 Camino Monte in Palm Springs, and this has been an exciting project to work on because you don't very often have an opportunity to do a truly urban infill project. There's a few of them going on in Palm Springs right now. I think both of them are going to be a real attribute to your downtown. This one is in what I think is one of the most desirable neighborhoods and close to the downtown area. So it was our intention to try to design and create a project that was as truly authentic and character as we possibly could, looking back at the architecture from the 30s and 40s. There's two different types of architectures in Palm Springs. You'll have this type of mission revival architecture, and you'll have the postmodern architecture of the 50s and 60s, and I think they work very well together. We're involved in both types of architecture and projects we have coming before you right now. This one happens to be the Spanish Revival type, mission type project, and we think the architects have done an outstanding job of integrating a lot of different elements into it. We look forward to this project being completed in Palm Springs, and if you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer them.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item? Please come forward at this time. If not, then we will close the public hearing. Council, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mills.
Just a couple quick questions for Mr. Evans. Doug, this project will cause the current church on that corner there to be demolished, correct?
Yes, sir.
And height-wise, the height of that existing church, do you have any idea what the height is on that existing church? It's certainly above 24 feet.
Yeah, I've never measured it. We don't have.
It's my guess would be it's certainly not as high. I mean, it's certainly higher than what Mr. Westman is proposing here. So it's not unusual for that height in this specific area, which I think probably played into what the neighborhood was looking at as well. I think the extra height is very helpful to the project, to the look, to the feel. Also, the parking bays, or the bay parking along Kauai, which is intended for use of the old church, those parking bays will be a decorative paving. They look like they meet every requirement of the zoning ordinance. And you mentioned before about the potential for working on that neighborhood streetscape that we had talked about. And is it your anticipation then that this project will start that new street section idea and something maybe that can follow through that neighborhood?
Without a doubt. What engineering worked real hard in looking at the right-of-way through here and actually taking a look at the street improvements. They recommended that we vacate 5 feet of right-of-way. So it's a 45-foot wide street through here. We'll still have the 2 lanes. It will still work. As you go south of here and get into the block with the Estrella Inn, I met with their project manager a little over a week ago, and we talked about the opportunity with the general plan amendment to completely redo the street frontage at the Estrella, or rip out the mistake of the 70s where we required them to put the curb and gutter in and the bay parking, way back from the path of travel. So they're talking now about redoing their entire street frontage, pulling it out, and doing something that really is going to fit the neighborhood. So the policy that you just adopted in your first or second public hearing tonight enables us to do it, and then also the general plan amendment that you approved narrows the street, gives us the flexibility we need to meet the neighborhood expectations.
Has Mr. Westman indicated to you or on the application a sales price?
In the application, indicated that he thought he might start about $500,000. If trend continues, I think that's on the low end, if he does the job he normally does with this product.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly. And I'd like to move the resolution, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
We have a motion by Mr. Mills. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Foat. Questions or comments?
Beautiful job, Mr. Westman, again.
Ms. Punier, do you have a comment? I'd just like to say, what a night. I mean, this is amazing in terms of public hearings, and especially in these areas, especially for the historic tennis club area, to have a project come forth without complaints, which says, once again, the developers have worked so well with the community, with the neighborhoods. They have listened, and this is a good thing for
Also the staff.
and also the staff. Thank you very much. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries unanimously. And we move to item number 15, right-of-way vacation, North Sunrise Way.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is a request to vacate a portion of North Sunrise Way. This is a required public hearing under the California Streets and Highway Code. You do have the staff report in your agenda, but if you would require a full staff report or have any questions regarding the item before you, Mr. Barakian, the city engineer, is more than happy to accommodate you.
That's Mr. Barakian.
That would be Mr. Barakian.
Okay.
Mr. Evans is done for a while.
I'd move the resolution, Mr. Mayor.
You do have to open the public
I have
hearing.
to open the public hearing.
And I wouldn't.
Then at this time, we will open the public hearing. If there's anyone who would like to speak to item number 15, please come forward at this time.
See, I knew that.
Yes.
If there's no one, we will close the public hearing at this time. Council,
I'd like to move the resolution.
I'll
Mr.
second that.
Mills, we have a motion and a second by Mr. Punier. All in favor, let it be, any questions, comments? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries unanimously. Council comments, announcements, interagency reports. Who's first? Ms. Foat.
No, I didn't say
Oh.
I wanted to. I can't find my place here, so.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
No one else?
yes. Mr. Mills.
I just would like to comment on, I attended the soft opening, I guess you call it, of the skate park on Wednesday. And as I'm sure everyone read in the newspaper, it was very well received. It was incredible to watch the kids, but most of these guys were not kids. And they are, it is a great project for the city. I think it really works well with the pool, the layout, and every effort that we went into to make this thing happen. And we all know, budget-wise, and everything, the things we struggled. And I would really like to compliment Scott Meixel and his staff and the engineering department in taking a bad situation that we had there for a while and turn it into a very, very positive situation to get this thing built on budget and for it to turn out to the quality level it has. Very good job. And I'd also like to mention that I also attended, as Mr. Oden did, the retirement party for Mr. Smoot. Was very, very well attended. I would not venture to guess the attendance, but it was a lot. And the ceremony was, well, I wouldn't call it a ceremony. Yeah, it was kind of a ceremony. Was well done, and as Al would have it, shortened and to the point, and he did a good job in keeping Mr. Alshire off the podium, because the last time he got up and spoke, we couldn't get him done. So thank you, Al, and congratulations, although I know we are going to see you around for a while longer, and look forward to that as well. That'll do for now.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Punier?
I would also like to echo Chris's comments on the skate park. I went there on Saturday and spent some time with Scott, and everybody was thoroughly enjoying themselves. There was one broken arm, and that young man was back skating on Sunday, so no litigation worries there. But as a swimmer at the swim center, to see the completion of that Parks and Recs and Scott's team should highly be commended. It's a beautiful sight.
Mr. Mayor, I know we had a meeting that we were off camera, though, but I want to thank Stan and Karen Barnes and former Mayor Will Kleinitz for everybody who put on the Festival of Lights parade that we all got to ride in. I think it was a tremendous event. I also, last Thursday evening, even though we had the inclement weather and they canceled Village Fest, I did go on the walking tour of the hotels down in the historic tennis district with my son James, who's 9, and we stopped at Casa Cody first, and Mr. Tyson gave us a great tour of his. Frank Tyson gave us a great tour of his hotel and showed us in one of the special suites where I guess Charlie Chaplin had danced on the stage, and had some very interesting property there. He suggested we visit some of the other hotels, and I really thought the Orbit Inn would be my son's favorite. But it turns out he liked the stone bathroom in the Casa Cody. He wants to go take a bath in there, so we're trying to work that out. Unfortunately, I had a little bit of the flu at Mr. Smoot's party. I apologize for that. I intended to go. We did attend the PSPOA dinner, the Palm Springs Police Officers Association dinner, Saturday night. It was a good event. They gave out a lot of awards for valor for their police officers, and also former Mayor Will Kleindienst received the Citizen of the Year from the Police Officers Association, and that was well received. And finally on Sunday, well, not finally, but next to finally, the Lions Club had their home tour. We had 4 homes. I'm in the Lions Club, and we had 4 homes that were being shown that afternoon, and so that was well attended too. And this morning, I attended with Mr. Mills and Mr. Punier the Chamber Board meeting, and the Palm Springs Chamber of Commerce wanted to kind of brief us on what they do, and they're looking for ways to work closer with the city. And I believe that Jeannie Roller Spurgeon was the liaison to that group before, so that would be a post that will be coming open. And so they wanted to let us know what they do, and they have a great organization there. And that's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. If I'll do a brief overview. I had a meeting along with David Reddy with Supervisor Roy Wilson. I assisted with the award ceremony for the International Gay Bridge Tournament. I attended the Desert Theater League's award dinner, and this was truly a very nice event to recognize the efforts of people in the arts in our community, specifically those for the children. And I attended a CVEP meeting on the 8th and an RCTC meeting on the 10th, CVAG orientation on the 11th. I also did the welcome at the Athena Awards, and 3 Palm Springs residents were recognized: Linda Kringle, Lois Slecht, and Jane Beeman, and the entire council was there, and that was very, very good for everyone to see us all there. Yes, it was. Due to inclement weather, I was unable to go to the Historic Inn tour. I attended the retirement party for Al, and I just want to say to Mr. Smoot, thank you for your years of service to this city. Truly, you are a dedicated man. And the theme of the retirement dinner I thought was excellent, because truly you have always brought your projects in on time and under budget. And thank you. On the 12th, I spoke at Temple Isaiah, and certainly had a wonderful Shabbat with the members of the temple there. I attended the wedding of John Weaver and Beth Scott. John Weaver and Beth Scott, who is now Mrs. John Weaver. I was unable to attend the Police Officers Association dinner because I had unexpectedly family members to come in town that afternoon. On Sunday the 14th, I presented on behalf of the city a merit of commendation to Jim and Jackie Lee Houston. They became official members of the Royal Court of the City of Palm Springs and Generals of Eleemosynary. I also attended the Chino Canyon Neighborhood Watch Christmas party, a reception for Speaker Herb Wesson. I attended the Riverside County Community Action Board meeting on the 15th, and an RCTC Plans and Programs Committee. And Mr. Mills and I met with Cathedral City Council members along with the city manager to discuss issues concerning the borders of our 2 cities. And today I attended a presentation along with Wells Fargo's representatives to present a check to the Palm Springs Unified School District for a very special program. I think it was almost $7,000 that they presented to them. We will continue with our agenda, legislative item number 16. I think this was requested to return by Mr. Ponier. Earthquake flood insurance renewal. Staff report, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Punet did ask that this item be brought back to the Council for consideration of the excess layers of insurance coverage we have relative to earthquakes and floods. As you recall, that on November 19th, the City Council did approve the purchase of an additional $32.5 million in excess earthquake and insurance coverage. At the time, there was some discussion as to whether or not that was going to be sufficient level of coverage for the estimated $200 million in property value that the city presently has. We have provided some additional information relative to the layers of excess insurance coverage that can be purchased in addition to the $35 million the city presently has, and that is provided to you in your staff report. We would be happy to answer any questions relative to the additional layers of coverage. The city's insurance sub-broker, Mr. Ross Jones, is also present in the audience if council has any questions relative to the coverages or the availability of these coverages to the various markets that he has gotten quotes from. And with that, we would recommend that the City Council review this issue, and if so directed, there is a resolution that would approve an additional, would approve excess layer of coverage up to the $85 million cumulative coverage for an additional $105,703.13. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Council.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Troy. Could you, let's just go through this a little bit again, and to the council members and mayor, it was my just initial concern that during that meeting, we were reducing coverage significantly with $200 million in assets, and I was uncomfortable with that, and that's why I've asked this to be brought back to the table. But the budget is approved for an amount that would insure the city for $85 million. Is that not correct?
I'll ask Mr. Kennard to chime in here at any time. The City Council has budgeted, I believe, $340
for the increased premium.
40 or in that neighborhood, Tom?
Yeah, I would, you have sufficient funds in the risk management budget to cover up to the 85 million if you so choose.
That's correct. Right now, you've allocated roughly $235,000 for the $35 million in coverage you've already binded for.
So it would be no increase to the current budget.
Correct.
The previous recommendation was a savings to the budget.
That was correct.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mills?
As I recall, the amount of this cost, although was the reason the previous council ended up with that number was that it was a similar amount to the previous year, if I'm
That's
not
correct. That's the
mistaken.
amount
And
of
so-
money the city spent in the last fiscal year.
And so that difference, I didn't calculate the difference. The difference was of $142,000 between what was budgeted, or what is budgeted, and what we spent last year. Is that basically right? Am I reading the numbers right, or I just glanced at them?
Last year, the city...
142.8.
I don't have the prior staff report, but I believe, Mr. Mills, last year, the city did spend about $235,000 for the $85,000, or $82,500 that we had in coverage. This year, because of the increase in the insurance ratings and the fact that insurance costs did escalate, that same dollar amount would only bind the $35 million that the council approved on November 19th.
And as I recall, the modeling had changed. That was with the fault being so close, and earthquake predictions have gotten much better. That resulted in the 46% increase in the premium. Was the modeling that the insurance companies were using. Is that not correct?
Correct. I can have Mr. Jones maybe speak a little bit to that.
Prior to now, there has not been a modeling process that's been used. But because of both an increase in the number of quakes and the density of those quakes, and also the increase in flood zones and flooding within those zones and anticipated flooding within those zones, they've started now a new 5-point modeling program which addresses those specific areas, and they put them in zones now that has caused for the recalculation of the cost of earthquake and flood insurance within each of those zones. You happen to be in one of the higher zones.
Well, Council, is there any recommended change, or would you want to revisit this at another time?
I would make a motion to increase the coverage back up to the $85 million, and the cumulative cost would be $340,000 as is budgeted.
Mr. Mayor, if I could clarify,
Yes.
the total cost of the earthquake coverage will be about $470,000 because that includes the primary coverage, which cost about $142,000 on top of this. So your motion would increase the total cost to that. For the portion of this that you're asking it to increase from $35 million to $85 million, that would cost about the additional $105,000 that we talked about here.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
actually, if Councilman Punet could just make a motion to adopt the resolution that's attached, that would actually bring us to the $85 million in coverage for an additional $105,703.13. That would bind us at the $85 million mark.
And that's what I shall adopt.
Mr. Mayor, in an email with London today, we've been able to get approval of the placement of the total $50 million in one purchase, and that cost would be $103,125, a savings of about $2,578, and we could buy that $50 million limit all in one layer rather than do it in two incremental layers at $25 million each. Now, we were having a problem before when the staff report went out to you, because in placing coverage with London, we have to fill a slip. and get underwriters to sign on to that. And at that time, we did not have 100% filling of that slip. At this time, we have a 97% fill of the slip, and basically the other 3% would go very easily once we had an order, to place that. And you would then realize an additional savings of $2,500. We have also offered on another additional layers where you could buy that at $876 per mil if you chose to buy higher limits than the 85 mil. Now, that's entirely up to you, and I only offer it so that you can see that the higher you get, of course, in these limits, the cost per $1 million in coverage comes down per mil in retrospect to that.
Mr. Mayor, I was unaware of this additional information. We knew that the London markets had the availability of the $50 million coverage, but there was some uncertainty whether we were going to be able to bind that coverage. So if that is the case, it is available. We're 97% covered at this point. What I might recommend is that we adjust or amend the current resolution to reflect that, and that we would just provide an amended resolution. But if the council would want to bind at that $50 million level, which would bring us up to the $85 million total, that would be a savings of $2,500, which obviously would be good for us. We can go ahead and do that tonight, just with that floor modification to the resolution.
That's all you have to explain it to me.
Okay. Are there any other comments?
No,
Go ahead, Ms.
I would just speak in favor, because I think that unfortunately when you get into bad financial times, often the first thing that you do is reduce your insurance coverage. And so I think this is a good move on our part.
125.
Do we have a second on that motion? Okay. Do we need to amend the motion at this time for clarity?
Yeah, the motion should probably be amended to reflect that it'd be for a single $50 million layer of coverage for a total amount of $103,125.
So be it.
And the second concurs? All right. All in favor?
We have some discussion.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mills.
In the determination of the property values with currently, and Tom, I'm looking at you, assuming that was you that did that. Maybe it's a wrong assumption. I should be looking at somebody else. But, the property value history where it spells out, each year to year. How is that number determined? I mean, is it property value based on the value of the property or the structures or the two together, or what? And how does the property value increase the way it does? The way it's shown in here. What causes that increase in property value in the fact that we probably have not added any properties, maybe some, but not a significant amount?
Yes, Mr. Mills. These are estimates of property values from insurance underwriters via our risk management office. So they're not historical costs, they're not depreciated costs, and so that's why they're going up. You also had some major additions, especially at the airport and some other places, and that's why you saw some really large increases in the total value of property in the city of Palm Springs.
Now, are the property value is determined by not just the structures, the value of the property as well. Is that correct?
No.
Structure and contents.
Structure and contents. And these figures are actually coming from an appraisal that was done for the city.
Okay, so it's not including the cost of the property?
No.
The dirt?
No.
To use that word.
Because all you're looking at is replacing the physical structure and its contents for the purpose of the insurance.
If we lose the property, we're all gone.
Well, the thing, that the reasoning behind the previous council in the number was that we are looking for ways to save based on what we're going to have happen to us here fairly shortly, which we're all seeing where we are headed. we're talking about if we get, even if we got to the $35 million worth of damage in a earthquake, and certainly the earthquake is much more than applicable to us than the flood, although we get lumped together with it. My feeling is that if we were to get that amount of devastation, that it's I mean, you're talking about something extremely major, and this whole area would be in dire straits from a structural standpoint, from a building standpoint, and that's what you're talking about. And you'd be talking about replacement, not about fixing up, even to the 35 million. To me, I just think that it's. I mean, if we ever got to that point, you'd be looking at federal intervention. You'd be looking at low interest loans, which happens all over the place for fixing up when you have that kind of an event happen. I'm real hesitant in going along with the additional 105,000 or 103,000 or whatever it is, and I don't look in terms of it as a gamble. I think the insurance industry is reacting to events that have happened. The fires, tornadoes and hurricanes and all that kind of all those type of events to my feeling overreacting, and I have a hard time with this amount of coverage for what we really have and what it would take to even cause that amount of money from earthquake-wise, what it would cause to the type of devastation it would take to even get to the $35 million worth of work to have to be done. And is there a deductible with this? I'm assuming there must be.
5%.
5%? Which is
on the quake portion, 100,000 on flood.
I think we're safe on the flood. I think we're okay. But as long as they keep taking dirt out of the wash, we'll be fine.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Poulier.
I think that certainly the odds are not so great for a catastrophic event, but and in light of the budget deficit, the citizens of the city did not get us into the budget deficit, and the catastrophic event may occur, and we are very close to the fault. And as I'm looking at the chart here, to see that in 1997 property values of $144 million, and we had $86 million in coverage, I am very uncomfortable putting the city in a position where I do not feel that it is insured enough in the unlikely event, though, of a catastrophic event. And I know budget times are difficult, but the security and safety of our citizens are utmost. And so, that being said, we have a motion, don't we?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I don't think security and safety come into insurance, but I understand your other points. Thank you.
Okay, you were calling for the question?
I have a question.
Were you or were you not?
Well, we have a motion out there. I don't know where we're at in that.
And we have a second.
Yeah.
Call for the question eliminates discussion. we have to take an action. Is that what you're saying?
Are you calling a question?
No.
No.
Okay. Ms. Foat?
Did you want him to? No, I just had a question about on our other levels of insurance. If this insurance is only flood and earthquake, what are we covered at other levels?
You have an all-risk policy in place which covers you for basically $200 million on all property from all other perils. So the other perils, excluding quake and flood, are covered under an all-risk policy to the total limit of $200 million.
So if something happened and the convention center blew up or something, it would probably be good news to some
If you
people.
had an airplane go into one, or a fire ensue, or any of those are all covered under an all-risk policy, yes.
Okay, so that's not included in here.
That's correct.
Are there any other questions?
Don't ask him how much it would cost to include it either.
Okay, then we have a motion on the floor. Roll call.
Tracking back to that motion, I do understand it to be with the 50 million coverage at that third level for, as revised for 103,125. Ms. Foat?
Yes.
Mr. McCullough?
No.
Mr. Mills?
No.
Mr. Punier?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. We will move to item number 17, Council Suite Remodel. Staff report, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you have in your agenda packet an estimated cost to remodel the existing mayor suite, which is basically one office with an adjoining secretarial office. Under the proposed remodel, we would create two offices of equal size with a secretarial office in between them to serve both the city council and the mayor. The total cost to do this is initially estimated at $81,400, and that includes roughly $27,000 in tenant improvements or construction cost, and an additional $54,400 in furnishings, which would provide for 4 workstations for the city council, a secretarial station, and the mayor's suite. In talking to the interior designer, Mr. Reed, who did speak at public comments tonight, we have looked at the overall situation and believe that we can reduce that cost by making some modifications to the furnishings and to the construction and reduce it to roughly $40,000. So with that, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, if the council is desirous of doing this office remodel, which, by the way, I believe all the valley cities in the Coachella Valley do provide both the mayor and the city council with office accommodations so that they conduct business, have meetings, and basically have a place to come to City Hall and do some work. We could make the modification to the budget and do a redesign for $40,000 that would provide 2 offices for the mayor and city council, and then an office for the secretary that's shared by both.
You are recommending then a cap of
Correct.
$40,000.
And in terms of funding, just so the council knows, as you recall, previously the city council approved the surplusing of some furniture to former Mayor Kleindienst, which we sold to him for roughly around $9,000. In addition, it's my understanding that we have about $5,000 in private donations that are being contributed to this cause, and there is some money in the unallocated council priorities budget that would cover the additional cost, which is roughly $25,000 once you deduct the $9,000 and $5,000 from the overall cost. So we have ample funds to cover for this, so it wouldn't have to come out of reserves or any other fund.
Council?
So that brings the cost then down to $25,000?
The actual cost that we would have to take out of existing budget would be $25,000 based upon the $9,000 in the surplusing of the furniture and the $5,000 that's being contributed from private sources to cover the $40,000 not to exceed budget.
So specifically, the $40,000 covers a mixture of furniture and
and some construction. We would actually be moving 2 walls to, again, create office of equal size for both the mayor and the city council. We would do away with the modular systems and go to a more constructed type of office environment. We'd only provide 2 offices instead of the 4. I understand that there's at least 2 members of council who have expressed some concern that they don't need office space here. There would be accommodation to provide additional office space if we ever needed to do that, and then we'd place a large conference room table in the council suite area so that business can be conducted in there, whether it be it'd basically be able to provide meeting space as well as a functional space if council members came in to do some work. And then we'd provide the secretarial area that serves both the mayor and the city council.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mills.
Are there any soft costs that aren't shown here?
Yes, there'll be some internal costs. City staff will be involved in this project. They will have to demo the existing walls. Those costs are not estimated here because obviously with internal costs, a little bit harder to track. There's some additional costs that may be involved with some of the installation of voice and data lines that are not necessarily shown here on this list. So there will be some soft costs.
How about the drawings themselves?
The drawings themselves were actually produced by the interior designer in conjunction with a office furnishings company, and those are not being charged to the city.
So, reality, are you when you talk about the cost 40, you're talking about with those additional staff costs, the staff costs for the demo and whatever the electrical costs are?
Correct. They're not within that $40,000 figure because, again, they're very difficult to isolate independently, but there will be some soft cost on top of that $40,000. The hard costs of the $40,000 are strictly for the furnishings and having a contractor build the new walls.
Are there any other council comments, questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Folk.
I am going to speak in favor of this, considering that we do have some unallocated money in the budget. And the reason that I am is because one of the things we heard all through the campaign was the fact that the citizens felt that they were disconnected from City Hall. I have a business in which my office is at my home. So I have no place to meet with citizens. I have no place to actually do the business of the city. Every other city in the Coachella Valley, in a recent meeting of the League of Cities that I went to, it was a surprise to most people that we did not have office space as was mentioned that all of the other cities do. Cities like West Hollywood provide budgets for the city council, even though the city council gets paid the same amount as we do. They provide a $40,000 allocation for each city council member so that they can hire a staff member, an aide, to assist them in giving services to the citizens. And so I think this is a very important issue for us. I also feel that it's my desire to have some meetings with the College of the Desert and see if there are intern programs available in which we can have interns come in and do work that city staff is not on overload. There's one city staff secretary that's assigned to both the mayor and all the council members. And so consequently, we're those of us that have full-time jobs are having to do all of our own correspondence. We're hesitant to ask for research work. I recently have asked staff to do some research work, and it's a lot of research work on creating a neighborhood empowerment kinds of commissions within our city. So I see, for me, this is money that is well spent. We are no longer a very small city without the need to communicate with our citizens. We do need to have that communication, and we do need to have the ability to do it somewhere. If I had my own office in a public location, I might be able to approach this differently. So I am strongly in favor of this. I was not in favor of the $81,000, but I am in favor of this much lesser amount. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
I will move the motion.
So we have a motion.
I'll second it.
And there's a second. Question?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. McCullough?
This is a tough decision because we are balancing the ability to interact with the community with a fiscal issue of money being spent on behalf of the council. I can see that there is a need for this, and in other times when we don't have a budget problem of the magnitude that we have now, I'd be all for this. However, I think that even with the $40,000, it seems a little extravagant to me. The $5,000 coming from the community definitely offsets that to $35,000. However, the $9,000 that we already have in the fund from the sale of the former mayor's furniture is there that we can spend any way we want. So I look at this as a way of saving $35,000, cutting it off of the budget. Even though it's not allocated, it's still money. And we have a budget deficit, so we really don't have unallocated surpluses and funds around. So I'm going to be voting no on this.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mills?
Having spent, probably close to 30 years in the architecture field, and knowing what the existing conditions are, where the existing walls are, where the existing the physical boundaries of the office. Space planning wise, I think you could accommodate very easily, space planning wise, what you're trying to accomplish here without moving any walls, with maybe walling in a door if that was what you wanted to do, for next to nothing. If there are only 2 council people that desire having an office, then I just don't see why it needs to be that number. I especially have a problem, as Mr. McCullough mentioned. I mean, we are looking right now at cutting 40 to 50 jobs, city employees, out of our current staff. And to me, we're talking about half an employee here, essentially, maybe more than half. I cannot, with any good conscience, get involved in approving something like this when I know there's a lot less expensive way to handle this and accomplish the same goal. It rubs me the wrong way. And I think it's a bad message to be sending out to the community.
Ms. Folt?
Yeah, since we sold the furniture to the mayor, the previous mayor, we now have a mayor without furniture. And what was the cost of that initial purchase of that furniture? when that particular mayor came into office?
For the former mayor?
Yes.
Actually, Mr. Kleindienst purchased most of the furniture himself. The city only purchased $15,000 worth of furnishings for his office. So the bulk of it came from him or private sources.
So it was $15,000.
Correct. That's what the city actually spent.
So we're talking then an additional $10,000.
Now, I will add that that did not include the cost of the secretarial station outside his office, which was, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, which was an additional cost. There are opportunities where we could repurpose that station to help defray some of the cost with this remodel, but in order to maintain some design consistency, we are looking at doing some replacement of that, but certainly there are opportunities there to look at doing something like that to stay within the $40,000 budget that we've established.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say a couple of things before we call for this vote. First of all, this is City Hall. And as a council member who has been on council for 8 years, when I was at the College of the Desert, people would come to my job unannounced, because that's where they knew that I worked, to talk to me about city business. It was inappropriate, and it affected my job. After I left there, I have a job in the city. People found out where I worked. They called constantly to my job and came unannounced because that's where I work. I think it's inappropriate to conduct city business at your workplace. That's why we have City Hall. That's why we built City Hall. It also removes the appearance that we're doing something that we shouldn't do in places where it shouldn't take place. We have spent time in the city of Palm Springs having lunches with people. And there's nothing wrong with having lunches, but there's some business that should take place in City Hall. It sends the message to the people that you're talking to, as well as the community, that this is the place to conduct it. And we haven't had any place to do it. Every city in this valley, and most cities, period, provide that amenity to people who are dedicating their time and service to the city. This in no way is asking for too much or being exorbitant. And we've said from the staff that we have unallocated funds at this time to cover it. So with that, we'll have a roll call.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. McCullough?
No.
Mr. Mills?
No.
Mr. Punier?
Yes.
Mr. Oden?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mills.
A quick question. I would certainly hope that that we have the opportunity to view what we just approved. In other words, if there's a drawing, if there's whatever, there's got to be, $40,000 is buying something, and I think there should be a
certainly that information will come
made.
to us.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll make a full and complete presentation to council.
Absolutely. We will now.
Before my term is over.
Listen, as it stands, I don't have an office to work in or any equipment, so expeditiously, please. We'll move to item number 18, Indian Avenue, Gene Autry, I-10 interchange funding. Staff report, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, this was introduced to you last Wednesday night. Essentially what you have here is a recommendation from staff to move two projects that are currently recommended for funding under the state's Transportation Improvement Program into the federal STP program. Initially last week, we mentioned that we'd only move one of those projects into the STP. Late today, I believe, we received an email from RCTC staff indicating that they're recommending that we move both projects into the federal STP program. So with that, Mayor, members of the City Council, we're recommending that the City Council move both the Gene Autry Railroad Bridge project and the Indian Canyon Drive widening project that are currently allocated for funding under the state's STIP program into the federal STP program. If there are any questions or if you need further details, Mr. Barakian is certainly able to answer those.
Yes. Mr. Barakian. If we move these projects from the STIP program into the federal program, what guarantees are there for funding?
There are none. Similarly, there are none that the STIP program will be in existence. Not only do we not know when, we don't know if. So there aren't any in either case.
Okay. Now, under the STIP program, do we have any of these projects that are approved?
Yes,
and slated for funding.
We have both of them, both the Indian and the Gene Autry project were approved with STIP funding, and we were stopped by the state financial crisis, and all the STIP funding, all the discretionary funding was stopped. The California Transportation Commission was not issuing any authorizations. And on Indian, since it's been since October 2002, we haven't even been able to start that project. And it wasn't just Palm Springs they stopped everybody.
If we move this into one of the federal programs and it comes forward, will there be additional cost to the city?
Additional costs as opposed to the STIP program? No,
Yes.
it's similar in the funding
But will
percentage is
will
similar.
they be funded to the same level?
We don't know for sure. We hope that will be the case. It's generally an 80-something% funding under the STP. It's a similar funding level.
Well, we had this discussion at RCTC, and while it appears that the shift on some or even perhaps all the projects is a good thing, it certainly doesn't give us any guarantee, any more so than the other. If we move out of that process, if the funding comes through, do we lose our place?
If the funding comes through, in other words, if a federal highway bill is passed and our funding comes through under the new highway bill for STP, do we lose our place?
Under STIP. If we move out of the STIP program,
We're out of STIP, yes. Then we are out of the STIP program. And that's part of what RCTC is recommending, that you move out of STIP and you move into, when the new highway bill is passed, to the STP program.
Well, they said it's almost assured that we won't receive funding to the same level, which could also be additional costs for the city.
Yes, so it could be. We actually don't know. We only know one thing, and we know that STP is out of the picture until 0506 or 0607 or 0607 or later. We know that for a fact, and that's really the only fact we know right now. And we're trying, with RCTC's help, to figure out where our projects fit the best. And it just appears to staff that it is best to change, because at least these projects are highly rated in the Coachella Valley, and we could at least get started on the Indian project.
Okay. I appreciate the information that you've shared. I just thought it was important for the council to have the full breadth of information that was provided there. But if this is the staff recommendation at this time?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, one other aspect of going with the STP over the STIP is that we'll deal directly with the federal government. We will not have to deal with the California Transportation Commission and all their many rules and procedures. So I believe from the engineering standpoint, it's far superior to be dealing with the federal guidelines than it is the state guidelines. And since we don't think that the state is going to be in a position to fund the STIP anytime before 07-08, this gives us an opportunity to get into the federal funding cycle at a much earlier date under guidelines that are more advantageous to the city.
Well, at least that'll surely help us with the Indian Avenue project. Okay. Let's vote.
Yeah, I didn't understand your answer to the mayor's question, so, because it was a question that I had also. If the congressional bill does not pass, then STP doesn't get funded, can we then throw these projects back into STIP?
No, you will be out of STIP with that, if that occurs.
And then what would we do?
You'd have to start over. You'd be, yeah.
But where would we start over? That's what I don't
Well,
understand. Where would we
Keep
go-
in
then
mind
go?
that there's always going to be a highway bill of some type. I don't think that there's never going to be a federal highway bill passed. It's just a question of how much is it going to be and when's it going to pass. So I don't think that we could look in history and see where they've never passed a federal highway bill. But if I think the question is, at what level are we going to get funded at, not if it's going to be funded. But we would be out of the STIP program, and we would have to start, if that's the only program available, we would have to start over and apply to STIP again or to some other program. And keep in mind that these are highly rated projects, and we have had information from CVAG that they would be eligible for Measure A funding, although that's, for Indian, that's only 50%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I mean, we're getting ready pretty soon to look at the Classic project, and if that starts, that traffic on Gene Autry is going towards the 10 is going to be horrendous, and
Absolutely.
I mean, even worse, it's horrendous now. I mean, it's a really bad traffic and safety situation, and so to then take a look at 1,000 new rooftops in that area, that's really scary, and what's going to happen on that street. So anyway, thank you.
So, yes, Mr. Mills.
I think Dave kind of gave us some misinformation in that, and he doesn't do it often, but he said that the chance of funding from STIP from STP was none, and he said STIP was none, but I think STIP is probably less than none.
Wow.
But I'm just kidding, Dave.
I know. I was trying to understand what you just said.
But Dave, if we switch to STP, how are those projects prioritized? I mean, right now we have a priority and a high priority in STIP, but if we switch to STP, how is our rating or priority listed then?
And I asked that specific question to RCTC, and the answer that we got back was that they would be rated on a when they're ready basis, and in conjunction with the prioritization study for this valley, but we're also competing with the rest of the county. So the answer from RCTC is that the amount of the projects that are on that list are projected to be covered by the highway bill. In other words, they projected the amount of the highway bill based on past experiences. And that the amount of discretionary projects, and they limited the discretionary projects to those up to, I think it was 0405. And our two projects fell in that list. So we were in list number 1. And it was projected that those would be covered in a projected highway bill should all these things fall into place. So given that scenario, if we're ready to go, it's in the first priority, so our projects are covered. That's as much of an answer as I could get from them.
So it would appear then that our priority as far as RCTC is concerned, because I'm assuming they're telling everybody to switch over to STP.
Everybody
Their priority
on the
projects.
list.
Yeah, everybody that is on the list currently. So is it our assumption then that we'll stay in our same position on the list if everybody does the switch over?
That's our assumption. Now, everybody in the county is not doing the switchover.
Right.
As Mayor Oden may know from the meeting on Monday.
Okay.
There's only, I think, 6 or 7 projects in the recommendation number 1 list, and we're 2 of them. So,
Well, one of the things is that some of the projects are, the local municipalities have funds in order to do them, so they're going to put the money into the projects and get them completed and wait for reimbursement. Smaller projects are, they're staying in or they're trying to find additional funding sources to complete. Now, you said that it's based upon whether or not our projects are prepared. So if our projects are further along, that means then that they would be higher on their priority, I assume, which is almost what they said, but it wasn't clear. It wasn't a commitment.
Right.
Okay.
And we are pretty much planned on Gene Autry, right? I mean,
yes,
yeah,
we are in the environmental and preliminary design stage being funded by Measure A right now.
And how about Indian?
That's a different story.
Indian, we haven't been given authorization to even start through the STIP.
And that's why I was asking the difference between the completed projects and the changeover. So the direction, it appears, is to move the projects over into the STP program.
Yeah.
Yes, seems to be the consensus.
So moved.
Well, we're just giving direction on this.
No, it's a minute order. If I'm reading this correct.
Wow. Did we get one?
It was the one that was added on.
This was at
18B.
18A.
All right. Then we do have a minute order, excuse me. We need a motion then.
Yeah, I moved in there.
Chris, Mr. Mills, and second by Ms. Fote. Any questions? Roll call.
Ms. Fote?
Yes.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Question, yes.
It is the witching hour. It is 11 o'clock. The council has to make an election whether to continue the meeting or to postpone the items and reschedule it for another date under your Galassi I rule. This is the first exposure that our 3 new members have had to this rule. I think this is the second time we've actually discussed it, but it's now up to the city council to make that election.
And I was just about to ask you about that. We need a motion if we are going to continue at this point.
Move to continue.
We have a motion by Mr. Mills.
Second.
Second by Mr. McCullough.
Enthusiasm doesn't count.
Roll call.
Ms. Fote?
Yes.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye. Let us continue. We will move to item number 19, Municipal Code Amendment. Staff report, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is just a second reading of an ordinance that you adopted at your last meeting.
Then we will. We have a motion by Ms. Fote. Yes, yes.
I'll second it.
To waive text and read title.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this would be an ordinance of the city of...
No.
But we have some discussion?
Yes. This is the second reading?
Yeah, and I just have an item, and I understand what we're doing here, and based on what we have done before, but as I understand it, there is still a requirement that and I'm talking about single family, that people are being required to, even though they don't have to do the full grading plan, they're required to have a letter submitted by a licensed architect, licensed civil engineer, licensed surveyor stating that, that it complies. And I think that is the wrong thing for us to be doing. I mean, I thought the instructions.
You want to start over, Mr. Mills, for our viewing public?
The purpose of this ordinance was to cut a little red tape, and in the residential mainly. The requirement was to really, well, the ordinance is to not require grading plans for minor remodels, minor work on existing lots. Yet, my understanding from and conditions I've seen is that there's still a requirement from engineering. I'd suspect that there still is a requirement for a letter to be submitted by a licensed civil architect, I think surveyor, stating that the property that it meets all of the requirements of this, and we're talking about an additional expense for people that are involved in situations where they could be adding 15 square feet on their house, and I mean that's not the message. That's not the intent I had, and I know that's not the intent that the development task force had. The intent was to make it simple. And
Yes.
Dave's standing up there because I know he's got something to say. But I'd like to hear an explanation. I don't understand or see anything in the code that requires any kind of written letter from anybody in this condition.
Mr. Bracken.
Yes, there isn't. And the only thing that engineering put in there was that the applicant provide a statement that it is under 50 cubic yards. But it could be the engineer, the architect, a licensed professional, and the one you left out that was the key here was or the owner. And so there is no payment required. The document that we drafted up, that we put out at the counter for everyone, clearly states that it could be the owner, or it could be their engineer, or it could be their architect.
Perfect.
So it's done exactly, I think, as we intended.
Yep, that is exactly it. And I was not aware of that, Dave, and I apologize for receiving misinformation.
Okay. With that clarification, we have a motion on the floor. Roll call.
I'd like to read the title now.
Yes, please.
This would be an ordinance of the City of Palm Springs, California, amending Section 8.04.015 of the Palm Springs Municipal Code to eliminate Item 9 regarding grading plan exempted work.
Roll call.
Ms. Fote?
Yes.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye. We'll move to item number 20, Airport Use and Lease Agreement Standard Form. Staff report, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is a new 10-year agreement for airport use and lease of the airport facilities with the various airlines that use the Palm Springs International Airport. The purpose of this agreement is to guarantee revenues. I might add that we are 6 months early in completing this agreement, so congratulations to Mr. Smoot. I'm sure he wanted to get this off his desk before he left the city employment. And with that, I would ask that if Mr. Smoot has anything to add to that, or if the council has any questions, he certainly can answer them.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I'll make it real quick. This is the culmination of a year's negotiations with 6 airlines, and it's basically the same agreement we have had for the last 20 years. However, we've updated it a little bit for terminology changes and things that have happened in the industry. It continues to guarantee our revenues. That's the major reason for having this agreement. If we have a shortfall, the airlines are required to step in and pick that up for us. In exchange for that, they do have some rights of approval on capital projects, which are pretty standard in the industry. This is pretty much a standard agreement that you would find at most airports our size. The only thing that this agreement does not have, that your previous agreements have had, was the operating hour restrictions, which said that commercial jets could not operate after 10 at night or before 7 in the morning. That restriction was a voluntary restriction by the airlines, as the airport is preempted by federal law from establishing such a restriction. And so once the current agreement runs out in 6 months, when this one goes into effect, there will no longer be operating hour restrictions at the airport. Whether you adopt this agreement or not, that's what will happen, because the current agreement runs out at that point, and the airlines will not agree to any type of operating restrictions at the airport. With that, I'd be happy to try to answer your question. There is a resolution at the end which would approve this as our standard form agreement to utilize and authorize the city manager to execute it as airlines bring them forward.
Thank you. Council, are there any
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mills?
Mr. Smoot, I understand what you're saying about the federal regulations regarding the city restricting hours. However, we have told a specific neighborhood north of the airport that what our hours are and have been for jets. We've just we're working on the last phase of a major sound insulation project, but I do not want to approve this project without notifying those neighbors that this is happening. And if they need to my feeling, they need to understand that this is being done, why it's being done, and they need to be given an opportunity to come down here and vent a little. And we will be the subject of that venting. Not that there's anything we can do about it, but I think we owe that neighborhood an opportunity to be fully informed of what is going to happen here. And again, not that the airlines are going to start bringing in flights at 2 o'clock in the morning, although I have been on flights that have landed here at 2 o'clock in the morning for whatever reason or the other. Not a standard thing, but I think if we could give them some information, if we could give them some assurance from the airlines that, that they're not looking this as an open door, that the reason they're doing it is because they don't want to establish a policy for other airports, which is what I understand in the staff report. I think we owe it to that neighborhood to educate them on this issue. And I think, does it hurt anything timing-wise, Al, for a postponement of this?
No, it's just that it was the goal of the committee. Last time we used had new agreements, it took us 4.5 months to get them signed by the airlines. They're a fun group to chase. But obviously, if the council wishes us to make notifications and have people be able to come, I guess, to a hearing or something where they can express their concerns, we can do that.
Even if it's a written statement outlining to them and mailed, we certainly have all their addresses, outlining what's happening here, why it's happening, the comments from the airlines, and just some explanations, and maybe even some verbal assurances from the airline. Yeah, okay, we're not going to get that. Maybe some past history as to how many events that's had to happen and why we've come in after our 11 o'clock. But I don't think any of us want to sit up here and be accused of eliminating the neighborhood from some involvement in this, or at least an education. So
I think that's a very good suggestion. I think just informing them as to the change. I'm not sure if I would get into any of some of the reasons that you were identifying, because I think that just opens up a can of worms for us. But the legality, et cetera, and why this has happened, and I would make sure that it's within the footprint that we have dealt with. Ms. Foat?
Yeah, I'm going to totally agree with Mr. Mills because I think that it's not only that neighborhood. We've received letters and emails regarding noise in other neighborhoods. There's a 6:30 a.m. Alaska Airlines flight that goes out of here with, I think is it Alaska? I don't even know who it is. It leaves at
Not at 6:30. Nobody leaves here at 6:30 flying a jet.
6:45 or 7 o'clock? It's
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. It's sometime in there. And I know I mean, in several occasions, my house is shook, and I am not even in that anywhere near the noise abatement area. So I absolutely agree with it. We need to have a public hearing, not just for that neighborhood. I think we have to notice a number of neighborhoods on that.
Yeah. All right, a workshop or something of that nature. Okay. So the recommendation is to hold this item until we have that communication?
We'll just withdraw it, and we'll go ahead and do the notification and have the necessary meetings with the neighborhoods.
I think maybe that's the way it's handled as an evening meeting for the neighborhood, and then put it back on our agenda.
We'll do that.
Yeah, great.
Thank you. That's a good recommendation. Thank you. Item number 21, final map, 30054.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is a request to approve a final map for a companion piece that you discussed earlier. Item 15, the right-of-way vacation of Sunrise Way. This is a routine matter. Staff is recommending approval.
Council?
Move the resolution.
I have a motion by Mr. Mills and seconded by Ms. Foat. Any questions? None. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is carried unanimously. We move to item 22, Convention Center Expansion, Phase 2. Staff report,
Yes,
please.
Mr. Mayor, I'd ask Mr. Smoot to give the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is an amendment to the Turner Construction Agreement, our convention center construction management firm, to amend their contract in 4 specific areas. The first area has to do with the period of time in which they were doing pre-construction services. Firstly, they had previously asked that it be extended, that the dollars be spread out over 10 months, which we had already carried out as far as paying them. However, with the amendment, or with the changes in the project itself, there will be an additional 4 months of time necessary in there. What we've done is we've allocated the additional $17,500 a month to allow for that payment. However, we have taken that money from payments they would receive later in the project. So for this first item, there's no cost increase to the city. We've just reallocated it so they can get paid for the next 4 months while we're going through this project. The second piece has to do with their fee portion. They receive 2.9% of the actual construction cost. The council previously agreed to move the estimated construction cost from $20 million to $25.5. That would increase their fee from $580,000 to $740,000. That particular item was carried out previously. The contract was just not amended to reflect that amount. The third item has to do with during this 4-month period of time, we have asked them, and they're actually in Denver today, to make several trips to keep the project moving along, and this is additional reimbursable. This is additional dollars to the contract. However, when I gave you the report with the tribal council, this level of dollar was built into that as far as the cash flow goes on the convention center, and it does not take us into any further negative position than we were. And then lastly, a clarification. The existing budget has $901,000 of general conditions built in it, things that we would do normally, inspections and those kinds of things that would happen on the project. It was always intended that we would use a major portion of that for weekend and night superintendents as well as safety inspections on the site. There was no authority for us to use the money, and so this would give us the authority to use the money to reimburse for that. So with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Council, are there any questions on that? Then we'll entertain a motion.
order.
It's moved by Councilmember Mills. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Punier. Are there any additional questions? Roll call.
Ms. Fote? Aye. Mr. McCullough? Aye. Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye. It passes unanimously. And
Mr. Mayor, could I just make one? I would just like to thank Al and Turner for working out something that worked well for us, for the city, and shows a commitment that Turner has to this project, because they didn't have to do what they did necessarily, but I think they stepped up to the line and came up through Al's coaching, I'm sure, a creative way to make something work. So thank you, Al.
this time we'll take a break.
What, for a nap?
Yes. Good evening. We'll call this meeting back to order. And we will move to item 23. Staff report, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd ask Al Smoot once again to give the staff report.
This is a quick one. This is the February 29th amendment, leap year. When they gave us the first agreement, it didn't have leap year in it. They didn't give us enough money. This one replaces the agreement in its entirety to fund us for leap year this year. We would recommend you do that. This is for law enforcement services at the airport. TSA is paying for it.
Council?
So move.
Have a motion by Mr. Punier and second by Ms. Fote. Are there any additional questions? Roll call.
Yes, Ms. Fote?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mayor Oden?
Aye. It passes unanimously. And we will move to item 25. 24 has been pulled.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 25 is a simple amendment to the Memoranda of Understanding for the Coachella Valley Fringe-Toed Lizard. This amendment extends the end date, which currently expires at the end of this month, to March 15th of 2005. Staff is recommending approval.
Move the minute order.
Moved by Mr. Mills. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Punier. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? It is carried unanimously, the recommendation of staff. Item number 26, cogeneration wastewater treatment plant.
Mr. Mayor, this is a request to terminate an existing agreement that the city has with Southern California Edison to purchase power from the wastewater treatment plant. The city had been using cogeneration equipment and selling excess capacity to Edison. That equipment is no longer being used, and staff is recommending that that agreement be terminated to avoid having to pay interconnect costs with Edison.
Thank you. Staff, council?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mills?
Just a question. And I don't know who's going to answer this. Maybe Al will. Maybe. We have two other cogeneration plants that we currently operate. Why are they okay and this one's not okay?
We currently are using our existing cogeneration plants behind City Hall here for all other facilities. These two, the equipment over at the wastewater treatment plant hasn't been used for some time, and since it's not generating electricity, we're just paying this interconnect charge with Edison for no reason. So staff is recommending.
No, and I understand that, but what I'm saying is, why has it not been used?
I'd ask Mr. Barakian to address the issue of why it hasn't been used.
Mr. Smoot raised his hand. He might know.
Oh, I didn't see. I don't have a mirror behind me, so I can't tell.
We can both do it. It has to do with the fact that the cogeneration plant was put in at the wastewater treatment plant to use digester gas, which is much dirtier gas than natural gas. It hasn't been ran in years because we can't meet the air quality requirements, and it's just been sitting there. And I don't know what the monthly charge is, but there's a standby charge that you just have to pay, and makes sense to not pay it.
Thank you, Mr. Smoot. I'll move the minute order.
We have a motion.
Second.
And motion is made by Mr. Mills and second by Mr. McCullough. Any additional questions? Roll call.
Yes, Ms. Fote?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mayor Oden?
Aye. We will move to item number 27, Palm Springs International Airport Terminal Counter.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this will be the absolutely last staff report Al Smoot will ever have to give to the city of Palm Springs as a city employee. Mr. Smoot.
This is a great deal. Please approve it.
In typical Al fashion, short and to the point.
This is an existing tenant, and we have asked them to do some upgrades to match some recent upgrades that have taken place in our advertising and other things at the airport, and this would basically compensate them partially for that by a rent reduction for 3 years. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, council?
Where does the money come from?
Where does the money come from was the question, Mr. Smith.
The money comes, basically they're paying for the improvement, the $14,000 to put in the new facilities that are there, and we will reduce their rent by $3,000 a year for the next 3 years, $4,000 a year, I'm sorry, for the next 3 years. So it's basically their money totally. It's all airport dollars, no general fund dollars whatsoever.
Can you see if they have any leftover office furniture?
It's a booth.
We want to take a motion.
Move the minute order.
It's moved by Mr. Mills. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. McCullough. Are there any additional questions, any requests for additional furniture? Roll call.
Ms. Vogt?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mayor Odin?
Aye. Passes unanimously. We will move to item 28, City Investment Policy.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is an annual requirement to improve the city's investment policy. If the council has any questions, Mr. Kennard, the Director of Finance, is available to answer them.
Any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Mills.
I want Mr. McCullough to make this motion.
We'll move the minute order.
Second.
It was moved by Mr. McCullough and seconded by Mr. Mills. Any additional questions? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It is carried unanimously. City Investment Policy. And we now move to item 29, Study Session Docket.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is the study session docket that was discussed at your last week's meeting. We've added those items that the council identified as priorities to this docket. A number of them have been scheduled already for your January 14th and 28th study sessions respectively. There's a number of others that certainly need to be agendized or at least scheduled, and this is an opportunity for the City Council to give staff direction as to when you want those items calendared.
Council, would you like to do this on the 14th?
Yes.
So
Is-
we're comfortable with the January
Yeah, that was my
docket,
question.
and on the 14th, we can make whatever recommendations we want for February and March.
On the 7th.
The 7th or the 14th?
No, the study
Well, the 7th is a regular
session.
scheduled City
session.
Council
It'll be the
meeting,
14th.
so if you want to do it then, you're certainly welcome to do so, but the 14th is your next study session.
Okay.
And that's typically when we do the docket.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mills.
One thing that I didn't pick up before, and that we had talked about prior, in a recommendation out of the Development Task Force, again, was the revision to the design review process, as Mr. Evans shudders as I say that. I think it's a priority, and I wished I would have noticed it last time, but I would certainly like to see it squeezed in
January?
January. We've been putting it off, and it's been ready, if I'm correct. Doug, is that right?
Yes, the ordinance is done. We're preparing the environmental assessment.
Although we've looked at it before, Ron, you and I, in the previous council, I would like to get it taken care of. I think there's a breakdown in our process, and this is an opportunity that I think fixes it, and we've just been putting it off. I'd like to get it up there.
Well, we only have 2 items on the 28th. Would you like to add it to that portion?
Sure.
What is it titled?
Design review process.
Mr. Mayor, if I may also suggest, in conjunction with Mr. Mills's item, that we also include the e-government solution as part of that discussion too. I think it would be timely, and it would add another item that the Development Task Force had raised in the past.
Okay.
Also, my concern is that I have been talking about and asking to have us do a review of the commissions, and by the time we get that on a study council agenda, it's going to be time for more important.
It's on the 14th study
Okay,
session.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Oh, perfect, thank you.
And that item would also include a discussion on the council cabinet.
Okay, thank you. So you have direction on the ranking of items thus far, then we can move to item 30. Any additional legislative items?
There are none.
Any added starters?
There are none.
Reports and requests? Council reports and requests.
What about all the rest of these?
Yes, I have, if we could add an update at some point on our cogeneration plants and an update on the Fairfield project. Any others?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Mr. Mills?
Ms. Folkin, I mean, sure, either way, fine. I have a couple. I think it might behoove us on our agenda form to put at the very front of our agenda in big bold letters, please shut off your cell phones. So it's on the agenda, so when people sit down, they read it, you know, it's there so they can see it, just because I think it's easy to do, and it might solve the problem that we seem to have.
Okay.
Also, this morning, Mr. Punier and Mr. McCullough and I met with the board of the chamber, and Mr. Acker made a suggestion, since we are chamber members. The chamber has a brochure here, which I'll leave with staff, that really, it just gives a person who's new to the city, or perhaps a new business person, some questions, or gives them some information, what to do, where to go, how the chamber can help them, and it also gets into some information about the chamber itself. But I think it's a very informative brochure, and Mr. Acker suggested, why couldn't we put it at the counter, at the business license counter? I don't know if we could or couldn't, but I'd like to have staff look at it, and if we can do it, then let's do it, because I think it's a great idea. It's a real helpful little brochure, so I'll leave that there for Troy then.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. I mean, we're looking at ways of networking together, and that's a start.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And also, I have I'd like a report again on the Sunrise Vistachino medians, which seem to be no better than they were before. Both quality of landscape and maintenance of landscape, they're poor. And also, I would like engineering, if they could, to take a look at the new medians at the Ralph's project. When you come up to them, and I'm talking about on the one on Ramon, the west end, and the one on Sunrise, the north end, although Sunrise isn't quite so bad. The curb at the end of the median, in my personal opinion, is too abrupt. And it has been hit several times. I mean, there are tire marks all over it. And it pretty much ends at a 90-degree with a real soft corner. And I think it's a problem. And at least
where's it again?
on Ramon, just to the west of Sunrise, and it's the west end of the median. So you have no median, then you have a median.
Okay.
And if you look at, there's tire marks on it, there's screech marks on it, and even if it's just got some red reflectors or something, Dave, I think it would be an improvement.
We had a similar situation with the median on Vistachino, and it was hit a lot as well, and they put some reflectors on it, and it made a big difference.
Yeah. So as a suggestion there, the other thing, the last item is has to do with well, it's not the last, the next to last item, has to do with our meeting we had at the Riviera. I, for one, am not in favor of us having meetings with legislative items not here for the public to see and hear at home. I for one, did not know, because the last I had heard, it was a workshop. Our agenda on Friday said workshop. It was changed. quite legally, by the way, on Monday to adding legislative items on it. I did not even notice that, or I would have said something at the time. I was surprised, and I think I made a comment that, you know, we were taking action on something when I didn't realize it was a legislative agenda. And I think that's a poor policy for us to get involved in. And I think if we ever do that again, I would like to personally be told that we're doing this, so I missed it. I mean, it was on the revised agenda, no question about it. But I was taken by surprise. I know, I think we go out of the way to get the public involved in these meetings, and people that can't get here, and, you know, it just amazes me, but people like to sit at home and watch this. And although it's probably dwindled off a little tonight, I just think we need to keep our public involved any way and shape we can, and we have an excellent facility here to do that. So I would like to see us not do that again.
So you're saying that if we just had discussion, it would have been different?
If it were a workshop, like I thought it was going to be, then, you know, that's different. I mean that's
the structure was different.
Right.
I agree.
But we took legislative action. We got involved in legislative items. I think we should have been on TV. So.
Okay.
And this is my last item. Regarding the item we discussed at that meeting, the reorganization of the planning department, I would like to see a detailed staff report dealing with that item. I would like to see listed and I'll call them option A and B, I think that's what they were called. I'd like to see the report on which option the staff is recommending, the pluses and the minuses of that option as well as the other option. Also, in the staff report, a reference to the comments regarding that particular option by the Development Task Force Committee and as they were addressed in the Kaplan report. And I don't know, Troy, when this is scheduled for us to look at again, but certainly what I'm saying is when we have that, when we're agended for that, that's where I'd like to have it. Yeah. Thank you.
Ms. Foat.
I have a little confusion about that, though. Was that going to come back to the council, or is that a management decision?
Well, the item that will come back to the council is the funding appropriation for the position.
Okay.
That will be agendized probably your second meeting in January. Right now, we're going through the process of the recruitment, but we will have to bring back that appropriation for the position.
Okay. Some of the things that I want us, I would like to. I was not on the council when we looked at the taxi advertising, so I would like to see a report on that, and I would also like to see us agendize it.
Isn't it on the docket?
Would you like it agendized? It's on your study session docket.
Do we need to make it another study session? I mean, I would be happy with just a staff summary of the discussion. And
well, we can have, as part of the weekly report, a staff report as to the item that was previously discussed and maybe summarize the discussion that we had at the last study session. But I think what the group was requesting was this item be brought forward for a legislative action.
Maybe if we could get the reports and things that they have submitted to council, that would be beneficial.
Yes, I mean, that's why I don't see the necessity of it being a study session and going into another, several discussions of this. I spoke with Mr. Reddy earlier today, and I was hoping that we were going to be able to put the admissions fee as was discussed with the Budget Task Force on the March 4th ballot, but unfortunately, we're not going to. We've missed the deadline on that, so it'll probably have to go on the November ballot. So I'd like to see a staff study on the admissions fee and other cities, et cetera, and what potentially it could mean for us. And then my last thing is that the crisis we talked about earlier with the state not giving us the backfill on the VLF and all the other funds that they're taking from us, that I think we need to start scheduling some public hearings, and we talked about that earlier. So I don't know whether we want to stick that on as a study session item, or or would we just schedule? How would we handle that?
Well, a discussion like that would certainly lend itself to a study session discussion, and actually on the January 14th agenda for the study session, you do have a quarterly budget review, so that might be an opportune time to talk about the state's current fiscal crisis and its impacts upon the city. In addition, the staff is working on a public education campaign that it plans to roll out here to educate our community as to the impacts of the VLF takeaway.
Well, I think we also should have just some sort of a one-sheeter where people can just look at it and see that this is the impact this is going to have, and start preparing everybody for what we're going to have to do.
That is one item we are working on. Actually, it will be available both in print, and we're going to put it on the website.
Okay. And then I have the one other thing I had was I would like at some point, and I don't know whether this is a study session, I'd like a report on how we determine. We have a tool that we're not using, I think, to its fullest advantage, and that's Channel 17. And I am so tired of watching the start. As much as I was excited and in favor of it, I am so tired of watching the history of the dog park, or a concert from 3 years ago. So I really would like to know from staff how we put things on Channel 17, because it seems to me that we could be putting a lot of information on there from things that have to do with neighborhood developments to interviews or discussions or other information kinds of things for the citizens. So, but I don't know exactly how we do that on Channel 17.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I did have a discussion today with our cable broadcast coordinator regarding programming on Channel 17. He's also in favor of adding some more content to the programs, and we will be putting together a report with some options that the City Council can consider, and we'll bring that to you sometime in January.
Thank you.
Are there any more council requests?
Like that's not enough.
Okay, item number 31 and 32, we're receiving for filing. Item 33, council appointee liaisons. Now, would you like to make a clarification at this point? Ms. Fogg?
I'm trying to get to 33. I don't know. No, this is ours. It's not one of these representatives.
These are commissions. Oh, okay, yes. Are we ready for council appointee liaisons and alternates?
Everybody's really enthusiastic.
Yeah, how do you want to proceed, I guess?
Well, we can actually go down the list. Maybe that's just the easiest way to do that. Executive Committee, which is the last Monday at 6 p.m. That's it. Councilmember Mills, you were the alternate before, and you'd like to remain there?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Energy and Environment, the second Thursday at noon. We need a designee and an alternate.
I am interested in that committee.
Mr. Mayor, and I might add that any of these CBAG subcommittees are available via video teleconference here at City Hall. Those arrangements can be made, so if the time and location is a problem, we can arrange to have a video teleconference here at City Hall for those meetings.
Can we make all, do we have to take an action on these appointments? Or we just accept the assignments?
Just appoint, the mayor would accept the assignments, right?
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, I believe it's just you designate who you want to be the appointee.
Do we have an alternate for the Energy and Environment?
I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, Mr. Mills.
And I would like the next one, Mr. Mayor.
Human and Community Resources, the fourth Wednesday at noon. And an alternate? No one's interested? Okay. Transportation. That's the second. You want to take that one as the alternate?
Mr. Oden, you mean on alternate on what?
On transportation.
As the alternate?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Who's the lead?
I'm thinking about it.
The comment I was going to make is that, you know, RCTC and see there's a lot of overlap.
Yes, yes.
So you should do Odin Mills again, right?
Well, at least at this point.
Yeah.
Public safety? Mr. McCullough.
Yeah, I'll take that one.
And I'll be the alternate for that.
Okay, CVAC multi-species, which is as needed. Mr. Mills, you want to maintain the designee, and I'll be your alternate. Wow.
Can you tell me what that next one stands for?
Palm Springs Desert Resorts Convention
Oh, right,
and
okay.
Visitors Authority. I think they've already put me there, but I need an alternate.
I'd do that, Ron. That's acceptable.
Okay. And Sunline, I need an alternate.
I'll be your alternate on, well, no, I can't because the other one is the fourth Wednesday at noon, so that's not going to work.
It's taking all my Wednesdays. My master calendar is going to be so full. Okay, I can't get an alternate. All right, we'll come back to that. Coachella Valley Mountain Conservancy Board City Liaison, second Monday, 3 p.m., Palm Desert City Hall.
I'm fine staying with that.
Okay, an alternate.
I'd only mention whoever's the alternate on there, they've never had to go, so.
I'll be the alternate.
Okay, Pacific Housing and Finance Authority. I was a founding member of this, but if someone else chooses.
Mr. Mayor, I would take that on.
Okay, so that'd be Punier. And I will consent to be your alternate. Don't miss any meetings. RCTC, Odin, and Mills.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
That's a tough one for me, to be, unless you promise you're never going to not be there. But that's a difficult meeting for meeting.
I know, it's just,
How long does that meeting go?
Don't lie to her.
No, I'm trying to see because I'm already on the fourth Wednesday, so the fourth Wednesday I wouldn't be available if it goes for a long period of time.
it can vary.
Are you going to do that?
Yes.
All right, and I'll be your alternate. And I will echo Mr. Mills's comment.
All right.
Miss a meeting.
I'm currently the chairman till the end of the year of Community Action Commission for the county. I would consent to be, we have a staff that's worked as the alternate. This is a very important commission for the city and for the valley, and especially in representing issues for the underrepresented throughout this valley.
So does that mean you're going to stay on that?
I will stay on, hopefully as an alternate if someone else wants to take the lead. I've been on for 8 years, yeah, every 8 years.
I'll step up to the plate on that one.
Cool.
Person too.
Still.
They keep him.
Okay, internal committees. Recycling?
Mr. McCullough, we're not
What is
hearing
that?
much from you.
What is that?
I believe that was for the former recycling facility. I don't see John Raymond in the audience, so I can't ask him.
It is, that's exactly.
But-
And
It certainly can stay as a solid waste and recycling technical committee to this council.
I'll take that one.
okay, and I'll work with you.
And I might add, there's no established meeting time. It's as needed.
Yeah. City Finance Committee, that'd be Odin and McCullough.
It's gotta be McCullough. McCullough here too.
Chamber of Commerce.
You told everybody you.
Chamber of Commerce, I would like that one.
That's two
I'd be an alternate if that's acceptable.
Anyone else? Okay. Main Street,
I'd like to stay on Main Street.
and I would also.
And Mike goes anyway.
Okay, and on the wastewater treatment plant would be Odin and Prunier. Palm Springs Unified School District, I'd like to stay on that. Anyone want to be an alternate or subcommittee member?
I can't be.
Yeah.
I'd conflict out too.
Okay, I'll put me down as an alternate.
Visitor Center was Mills and Kleindienst.
Honestly,
That's,
I think one can probably handle that. without an
It's almost
alternate.
over.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, okay. But if needed, I'll work with you.
Okay.
Special Events Subcommittee, I'll work on that.
I'd like to do that one too.
I don't remember what this one is.
This is the Golf Course Hotel, Swank Development Corporation.
Uh,
I'd like to stay.
I'll take the alternate on that.
well, that's a sub.
Oh.
So, Not an alternate.
It's two people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So who's that, Odin and Mills?
No, it's Mills
Mills
McCullough.
McCullough.
SMG, that's,
This would be for tourism. We're still dealing with that contract, so we'd still need a subcommittee at least through that point.
okay,
I
I'll
would-
stay. And Punye?
I'm interested, yes.
Convention Center,
I'd like to stay.
and I'll work with you. Let me change my name. Is
busy guy.
Yee. Yeah.
The next one, Mr. Mayor, I think can be withdrawn. The Palm Springs Follies lease has been negotiated. There is no reason to meet at this time.
Yes. And Cathedral City Subcommittee, yes, Odin Mills. And Riverside County Gaming Commission. Is that the Tassin thing?
That's the board, right?
This is the what?
Somebody with Riverside County Board.
Oh, yes. This is the appointment to the county's board that'll be dealing with the distribution of the special distribution fund. We had made the nomination of the mayor to that position. We have yet to hear back from Riverside County whether they are going to accept that nomination.
Okay.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
How, if there are other organizations we might want a liaison role with, how does that happen? I'm wondering about the Mizell Center that I'm very interested in, but I don't know how that would happen. Do we create something, or is this for a different session?
Well, okay, well, we don't specifically have a subcommittee working there, but if you want to attend their meetings as a liaison?
Well, some of these here are liaison roles and not subcommittee roles.
Right.
So I was wondering, can we create liaison roles?
Absolutely.
I think,
Someone
I
used to
I think
say-
that's the way it happened at the chamber, actually. I think Jeannie attended, and then they just said, well, why don't we have a post? And then it just kind of
Okay.
happened. So
Seems fair.
So it's up to the organization to request that?
Yeah, it could be either way. If the council members have a particular interest in an organization and want somebody to attend and be an official liaison, it could come from either direction.
What process would you recommend?
If the council is comfortable, I think Steve could contact them and talk about it and then come back and perhaps report to you what that role would be.
Sounds good.
Do we have a liaison to the EDC?
I don't think there's a council member that's designated.
No.
I think the staff is working with them and people attend when requested, but I don't think there's a designated person.
Seems like we should have one there.
Well, we used to have a different structured relationship with them for a while. No. Okay. All right.
Do we have to move that or anything, or
No.
just is the way it is?
No, but, okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, will we get an actual direction schedule, some information about these individual commissions that we're now going to be serving with?
Yes, actually, we'll contact each of the external agencies to let them know who's been appointed. They will directly contact the appointed member via mail. We're also putting together a comprehensive list of all the external committees to kind of give a brief description of what the committee is, what it does, and we should have that within the next couple of weeks.
Thank you.
What we've sometimes done in some other cities is actually, once you've kind of gone through this process, we put together a resolution that's got everybody listed on it, and then it comes back on the consent calendar, you just adopt the resolution, and then it's all on paper.
Yes, I think we've done that as well. So,
I'll defer to the clerk and ask if we've done that.
Not in my memory, but you'd have to talk with the city clerk.
We can talk it over with
Yes.
Ms. Saunders and work
Okay.
it out if it needs to be done that way.
Let's do that. It makes it official and becomes a part of the record. Yeah, we have. Since you have direction, we can move to item number 34, and we will, is it the council's desire to continue that item?
Yes, I mean, I move that we continue this item.
Mr. Mayor, I would second that, but I'd like to either establish our process, how we're going to do it, or do it the way we just did the mosquito. Otherwise, I think we need to interview.
Oh, yeah. Well, certainly we need to interview, and maybe we should just continue our process that we had today.
The only difference would be that I would suggest that we invite the chair, as we've done in the past.
And I think that would be fine.
Okay.
Excuse me, are you going to continue it to a date and time specific?
Well, it would be after we review the boards and commissions process.
After, okay.
And we will move to item number 35, the Coachella Valley Mosquito and Vector Control appointment. And we will entertain a motion at this time to accept the recommendation of Ms. Hammond.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Moved in second. Roll call.
Ms. Foat?
Aye.
I have a question.
Yes.
Did we vote on this?
And we are reporting out here, but this is where we will take our vote. Or,
We voted in open session.
Well, we didn't have, minutes. It kind of wasn't our normal.
Yes, she did.
well,
was the
yes,
city
the clerk
clerk
was there.
She was doing it.
So wouldn't we still have to report out?
Well, you weren't in closed session.
Right.
But it would be, I think, appropriate to make it a part of the agenda action here.
So should we, I guess the question is, do we just say that this is the person, or do we have to take a roll call vote?
If you already voted on it and it was recorded officially, you could just report that this is what happened at the earlier meeting.
Okay.
This is the official action. It wasn't a listed item.
Well,
Yeah, it was a special meeting. That's the only, that's the items.
what was Tricia?
And we're waiting on the official.
Mr. Mayor, I believe in looking at the posting of the agenda, it appears that the item of making the appointment that's on this agenda was not on that earlier agenda. As a result, you couldn't have taken an action then. Your official action has to be taken now.
It's a little unclear because the earlier agenda item says legislative items, but then it's listed as interview. And then the item number 35 says appointment. So it kind of reading the two agenda items together, it seems to imply that the appointment was intended to be agenda item 35.
Well, it was our, and I think you're right. I think it was our intention just to report out the vote that we took there. But if we need to roll call, then that's.
I mean, it was
so be it.
potentially a straw vote of the situation. But the earlier item, although it's labeled legislative item, it says interview, whereas this item says appointment.
Okay. So roll call, please.
Ms. Foat?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough?
No.
Mr. Mills?
No.
Mr. Punier?
Yes.
And Mayor Oden?
Aye. And Ms. Christine Hammond is the appointee to the Coachella Valley Mosquito and Vector Control. Appointment ending 12/31/05.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I think we also discussed in that meeting that we wanted to commend in some way Mr. Price's service, a long service to the city. And so I'd like us to, at some point, do something to thank him for his service.
We generally do so, but we were talking about doing something special because of his exceptional tenure for the city, and the city clerk has agreed to work with me on that to determine how we would recognize him.
Yes.
Public reports or requests? Staff reports or requests?
Yes, Your Honor, I have a couple items here. Just want to remind the public or whoever's watching at this moment that on Monday, December 22nd at 10 a.m., the Palm Springs Police Department will be doing their annual Operation Santa Claus next to Carlos Cafe at the Palm Springs Mall. For those of you who want to drop by, it's a wonderful event. Also want to state that the city office, that's at 10 a.m. on the 22nd. Also want to remind everybody that the city offices will be closed Wednesday, December 24th, Thursday, December 25th. We reopen on Friday, the 26th, and we begin again closed on Thursday, January 1st, in observance of both Christmas and the first of the year, New Year's Day. This is the last meeting of the year, and it's also the last meeting for a couple staff people. We've already recognized Mr. Smoot, who will be retiring at the end of the month, but I also want to point out that Barb White, our Chief Deputy City Clerk, who's been with the city for 9 years, is also retiring. Tomorrow, Friday, I stand corrected, is her last day with the city. She'll be moving up to Modesto, and we want to congratulate her on her retirement and wish her well in her future endeavors.
Thank you so much, both of you, for your service.
And lastly, Mayor, on behalf of the city staff, we want to wish everybody happy holidays and a safe new year.
I don't know if council members would like to just say a special year-end greeting, holiday greeting to the city.
We could sing Jingle Bells.
Well, I'd just like to say on behalf of the council, a happy holiday season to all of the citizens of the city of Palm Springs. Our next regular meeting will be on January 7th at 7 p.m., and the next study session will be on January 14th at 7 p.m. Both of those meetings will be preceded by a closed session that will begin at 4 p.m. So, happy holiday season to everyone. And good night. And we will call this meeting adjourned.